Well, welcome to a special edition of On Point Live right here from the Manhattan Beach studios. We're going to be covering the NFL draft as it happens.
As it happens.
Just like right now, streaming, right, Jackie? Hello, everybody. I'm Vince Ferragamo, former Super Bowl quarterback. Alongside me is 20-year NFL legend Hall of Famer Jackie Slater. And Jackie, there is so much pent-up emotion and everything.
Absolutely.
The hype is really just going crazy down at
Absolutely.
the iconic Union Square, downtown Kansas City, Missouri, Jackie. The fans are loading up. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock, Jackie. But I'll tell you one thing, the Ram fans can sit. They don't have to sit glued to their seat because they don't have anything to wait for in this first round.
They have a lot to wait for because they don't have a pick until the 36th, I think it is, overall. But they get to watch and see who may fall to them. There's some tackles and guards in this particular, a lot of players, actually edge guys in this particular draft that could easily fall to the Rams. And as we said, Vince, the Rams are going to have to get a guy that can impact that team right away because they lost so many quality players.
The 36th pick, so that won't happen until the second round, Jackie. But this first round, out of the first 8 teams that are being picked, Jackie, there's 5 teams that need quarterbacks.
Unbelievable.
And the first pick is Frank Wright, with Carolina. They've got to go for a quarterback. Here's another team. Houston Texans have to go for a quarterback. The Indianapolis Colts want a quarterback. The Seattle Seahawks want a quarterback. And also the Atlanta Falcons, who draft 8th in the first round. So 5 of the top 8 teams, Jackie, need a quarterback. Who's going to be the first one picked?
Well, I don't know that. You don't know that.
No, that's right.
But we do have some guesses that we can make.
That's true.
And when you think about Young, a lot of people think the kid from Alabama is going to be the first overall pick. He's a talented kid. All of his measurables and all of his intangibles says that he's a day one starter in the National Football League. And so it's going to be really interesting to see if, in fact, he lands that spot because, there's C.J. Stroud over at Ohio State. The guy threw 81 touchdown passes to 12 interceptions over a 2-year period of time. And to me, that is spectacular. The only problem is that new intelligence score that just came out. It wasn't so flattering when you think about it. But
Not for C.J. Stroud. Yeah,
we'll see how that all plays out. But certainly people have a negative opinion when you don't do well on the test that they have out to measure your mental acumen and your mental ability to manage a game as a quarterback.
Well, we're talking about quarterbacks, Jackie. Do you want that accomplished quarterback coming out right now, or do you want the quarterback that has the highest ceiling, that can go to the top, Jackie, with a little training, with a little coaching, and really be a really great quarterback in the NFL? So that's what they're looking at. Frank Wright has had a chance to visit with some of these young quarterbacks, Jackie, in some of these scouting camps, all right? I saw him talking at length with Will Levis, okay? He's also talked quite intensively with C.J. Stroud, Jackie.
Bryce Young as well.
Bryce Young, he's taken pictures all. So has the Seattle Seahawks. They've visited with all these quarterbacks, okay? Steichen, now the new head coach, with the Colts, has got a chance to draft a quarterback. They don't have anybody sitting in the wings there. So they've got to go that direction. But I think, looking at everything, I have to look at the quarterback that I think is going to have the biggest impression on my team, Jackie. And, to have that high ceiling, a guy like C.J. Stroud, forget what this intelligence score said. There's too many variables in that kind of test. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Okay.
But I just think that, these picks that are going to be drafted right off the top, Jackie, are so important. I think they're really important, and we have to wait and see what's going to happen. Of course, Roger Goodell will be the first one to announce that.
Absolutely.
And he'll get the word down. So as we move forward in this draft, we are talking to our fans out there. They can talk to us on IG if they want, Instagram, and shoot us a question or a comment. Jackie,
I like this, Vince. It's interactive with the fans. We've been
exactly.
soliciting this all the time, and it seems like there are a lot of people who really want to know. They really have they love their football teams. You know that.
Right,
and they
right.
really want to know what their teams are going to do and why they select one player over the next. That's important. You and I have done our work on these guys, and certainly a whole lot of other people. And there are going to be some surprises in this draft. There always is. Every year there's some guy that tumbles to the bottom or some guy that rises to the top. And this year is going to be no different. So I'm looking forward to seeing who these players are that are going up and down.
You know, Jackie, the other thing that comes to mind too, of all these teams that are looking to compete against one another and grab these players, you have 5 new head coaches, Jackie, in the league this year. Frank Wright, who's got the #1 pick, he's new with Carolina. He came from the Colts, obviously. Then you got Steichen with Arizona. You've got DeMeco Ryans with Houston. Jackie, those are 3 coaches right there that are going to be drafted in the first 3 picks. You know, of course, Sean Payton is going to be new coach with Denver, and you know, Denver is
a lot more experienced guy, a lot more experience.
And Denver doesn't have a first-round draft pick, Jackie. Neither do the Rams. Neither do the San Francisco 49ers. Neither does Miami Dolphins. I mean, they've already did their trades. All right, they've got what they think that they're satisfied with. But these other teams, we'll have 3 teams. What are the 3 teams that have 2 draft picks in the first 20 picks, Jackie? 2 first-rounders this year.
Well, Seattle is one of them.
Seattle's one.
And I believe Houston is one.
Houston.
And I believe Arizona. Is it Arizona the next one?
No, Detroit.
Detroit. That's right, Detroit.
Well, you know how they got that one.
They got that Ram.
That's
pick.
that Matthew Stafford trade.
Absolutely.
Okay,
so it's going to be fun to watch those teams. The interesting thing to me is the inexperience. You know, you got head coaches that are trying to mold and build a team in the image that they think is going to be the most successful. And then, unfortunately, a couple of these young head coaches have inexperienced general managers who are conducting their first drafts. And so that's not to say they're going to make poor decisions just because they're brand new, because they're staffs. Many of these teams, their staffs have been in place for a long time, and they're going to be able to support the head coach and the general managers with the work that they've done, all of the work that they've done, as they research these players. But there's always that possibility that something can go awry when you have new guys. I remember a draft a few years back, Vince, where a team did not execute the mechanics of getting their pick in time, and the team right behind him, boom, they jumped on that guy right away, and I believe it was a player that the previous team would have drafted had they gotten their pick in on time. So the mechanics of the draft is almost as important, when you look at it, especially as the draft goes along, when the time between the picks gets shorter and shorter and shorter. Now you have to know who you want. You have to make that decision, get that guy, and if you don't, the other team behind you can jump right in there and steal a player that you wanted. So the mechanics is going to be critical for some of these new general managers.
Yeah, you definitely have to do your homework, Jackie, for sure. You have to really be prepared in the later rounds because it's the shortened duration between picks. But in this first round, we'll have 10 minutes between each pick.
Right, plenty of time.
And I think Carolina's still on the clock. Again, I think I would know who I was going to get if I was the first pick.
I would not wait. I would not wait until the last.
I already know who I want.
Why would you wait and use all of your time when you know exactly who it is that you want?
Who do you think they're going to get? Which quarterback you think?
Well, I just, Vince, I'm having problems with the fact that, for years and years and years, the Wonderlic score was out there, and the Wonderlic score was something that a lot of people resented. But what the people that were making the decisions, how they were using the Wonderlic was to look at the mental acumen, to look at the mental awareness and the mental capabilities that the players had in the area of influence. Mm-hmm. And no other position, more so than the quarterback, you have to do well. You have to show people that you have what it takes up here to make great decisions most of the time. And so the thing that was a little bit disappointing to me was C.J. Stroud out of Ohio State. I looked at his numbers and I'm thinking this guy's going to be the first pick in the draft. 81 touchdowns, 12 interceptions in 2 years at Ohio State, one of the most competitive conferences in all of college football in America. And then he takes the S2 test. That's what they call it, the S2. It has replaced the Wonderlic. When he takes the S2 test, Vince, his score is 18. 18% he scores. Now, Bryce Young, Vince, on the other hand, scored 98%. 98%. That's almost 100% of what you're looking for from a leader at that position. Now, in Jigbee, the great wide receiver who's probably going to be a number 1 pick here out of Ohio State as well, he came to C.J. Stroud's defense immediately. He said, this guy is a leader. This guy can make all the throws. This guy leads the team, both offensive and defensive. Everybody knows he's next to our coaching staff. He's the guy we look to, and all of that is good. But these people that are sitting there looking at these scores are saying to themselves, do we really want to gamble on a guy who is not showing the mental capabilities to do this job when it's also important to be able to be a smart guy and make good decisions?
So you're asking me, is intelligence important? Then I think, Jackie.
Well, I mean, tell me.
Football intelligence is important, Jackie. I mean, how fast you read a book. Well, I mean, that can go across the board.
I think they go a little bit beyond.
Yeah, well, I think so, but I don't know.
How about how fast can you discern whether you're in cover 2 or 2 man or whatever?
I can tell you this about C.J. Stroud. As a quarterback, I look at him perform, and I've seen him, and I think Ryan Day said it the best. He has the most upside. He has the highest ceiling that you can go to. This guy, in all his days coaching, he's the quarterback coach with the 49ers. He's a quarterback coach with other teams, Jackie, this guy makes the best downfield decisions. Okay, they just announced the first draft pick. You know who it was?
Oh,
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young. Well,
okay, Bryce Young.
We kind of expected that.
Okay, he was the favorite, odds-on favorite to go to the first pick. You look at Frank Wright and where he was when he was coaching. I mean, he's got to be excited.
He's got to be excited.
I kind of thought he might go a different direction, but he went with Bryce Young, the number 1 guy. And Bryce Young, look at his stats, Jackie. I mean, this guy has been a great collegiate player.
Absolutely.
Not only is Bryce Young, he's a Southern California kid. Jack went to modern day high school here. And C.J. Stroud went to Rancho Cucamonga, right?
Absolutely.
So they're both Southern California guys. But of course, I mean, he goes with Alabama, and he did everything he could. He won a Heisman Trophy, I think, Jackie, and he just went out.
You think he did win the Heisman Trophy?
I mean, he had 32 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, Jackie, and obviously this is a big thing for Carolina.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah. So, and you can see the announcement here. The Texans are selecting. They're next on the clock, Jackie, and they get C.J. Stroud.
How about that? They didn't waste any time, Vince.
Man, no, they knew who they wanted.
There's no way 10 minutes went past. They were not wasting any time getting this guy. This guy is a legitimate baller, regardless of what you say about the S2 test and the Wonderlic score and all of that. This young man threw 81 touchdowns and only 12 interceptions over a 2-year period of time at Ohio State University, one of the best and most competitive conferences in all of American football. And so I think he deserves to be the number 2 overall pick. And in my opinion, they could have gone either way with those 2 guys.
Now, Jackie, I think this is the first time that I can ever remember the first 2 picks were quarterbacks in the first round. But, Jackie, this could be the first time ever that I think 4 or 5 quarterbacks go in the first 8 picks.
Well, it's going to be interesting because quarterbacks it's like I told you, it took me a long time to concede that a quarterback was more valuable than my position. But
he's excited.
It is obvious today, especially with the quarterback position driving offensive football like it is now. The rules have been liberated so that the quarterback can't be beat up too bad. The receivers can't be touched as they release into their routes. And so the game is set up for the fans to enjoy a fast-paced, competitive game. And the new playmakers, Vince, and it's been reflected in how they're being paid, but the new playmakers in the NFL these days are the quarterbacks. The wide receivers, the defensive backs, and the pass rushers.
Yes.
That's the way they look at it.
It's a passing league, Jack.
And unfortunately, they look at it that way until the quarterbacks start getting hit in the lips too much, like Stafford did last year, that they go and load
or they get a
concussion.
With some
good blockers.
Yeah, you got to have the offensive line to protect these guys, Jackie.
Absolutely.
But, you look at C.J. Stroud. Look at the excitement that it brings to the Houston Texans organization. Okay, this is wide open now, Jackie. You know what's going to happen in that 12th pick? I can tell you who they're going to pick. They're going to pick his teammate from Ohio State.
You think so?
They're going to get Smith.
You think
CJ,
so?
Yeah, they're going to get him as his wide receiver if he's going to be available that long.
If he stays. He's supposedly the best wide receiver on the board at this point in time.
Yeah.
At the top of the draft. So and he spoke so highly of C.J. Stroud. And wouldn't it be something? Wouldn't it, have you
Be
ever
great.
seen?
Be
Vince,
great
have
to
you
see
ever
that.
seen a top quarterback like C.J. Stroud get drafted this high, and then to later on in the same round, the first round, have the guy that he was throwing to be drafted in the first round with the second pick?
That's very possible.
That is very possible, and it is it's a built-in chemistry that happens right now, because these guys are going to be able to communicate. They're going to be able to get on the same page quickly with this offense, regardless of what this offense is. And I anticipate if that happens, Vince, they'll be one of the early, out of the chute, they'll be one of the early favorites in watching that team play a whole lot better, and they'll be looking towards the playoffs.
Well, I mean, I think this is big news for Houston moving forward. I mean, I think my overall opinion of this pick, Jackie, is I think this is a first-class A1, A+ pick.
Right. Well, you thought he should have been you
felt
like he would be one overall.
I don't know. Of course, Carolina had their own, opinions of their quarterbacks and their assessment. But, I look at Bryce Young, he's only 5'10", Jackie. I mean, sometimes this kid here is 6'3".
Yes.
And I just think from the pocket, as a pocket passer, he's been prolific.
He really has.
From the pocket.
He
he doesn't really show his mobility, the greatness that he has, but he did against Georgia, he did against Northwestern. In the big games, he'll play.
He'll play.
And this kid, I think, is going to bring a lot of heart and soul to this Houston team.
Another really interesting thing about this young man, Vince, is this young man, when he was 13 years old, his father ran afoul of the law and has subsequently been incarcerated over this entire period of time. And so this young man grew up in a fatherless home. And to have the leadership traits that he exemplifies as an athlete, and then to be the citizen that he has exemplified as a leader at one of the top universities in our country, speaks volumes for the job that his mom did.
That's what I was just going to say.
It speaks volumes for the job that his mom did.
His mom is the
absolutely
is the epitome of what happened here in this deal.
And then he has taken on himself, on his shoulders, to have the word superlative mentioned when you start talking about the way he has conducted himself, both as a player and as a guy in the community. So I couldn't be more happy than I am for C.J. Stroud. He's going to be a great football player at this level, and I can't hardly wait to watch it.
You got 1:32 seconds left for Arizona to announce their first pick, Jackie. Now, they don't need a quarterback. They have Kyler Murray. Who are they going to go for? You have Jonathan Gannon, who's was the defensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles last year. Now he's the head coach for Arizona. They also have a brand new general manager, Monty Ossenfort.
Absolutely.
So here we go, 1:11 seconds.
And they're
going to go for a defensive lineman, Jack.
Yes, they're also looking at the possibility of drafting Will Anderson.
The outside rusher.
The edge guy.
The edge guy from Alabama,
right? I mean,
what about that interior Georgia man?
Him too.
That kid's good.
He's available as well. But when you think about it, Vince, in the NFC West, you've got the Rams with Matthew Stafford, who proved to be somewhat fragile this past year, and anybody would prove the same way if you let him get.
There's a trade, Jackie.
If you let him get hit as often as this guy got hit. And so what you need in the NFC West is you need to be able to put heat on a quarterback.
Yeah.
You need to be able to put heat on a quarterback. And so that's why I think this young man from Alabama, Will Anderson, is probably up next.
Maybe we can get some volume up on this thing here. So the pick is in.
D'Amico Ryans?
That happened already.
Yeah, he's pretty excited. You can see him there.
Oh, yeah.
He's pretty excited. You see him talking. He got his guy.
Can we get some volume on that?
This is what the franchise has needed for a while. They got a unique guy. There's the ownership speaking with him. You gotta be. I wonder.
Well, the Cardinals just traded a pick to the Texans.
Absolutely, and I wondered.
So the Texans are going to draft again right now, Jackie. If they traded this pick.
Two of the best three players in this draft.
How did they just traded up? Why would Houston just traded their 12th pick, probably swapped picks here.
Yeah, with Arizona.
With Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my goodness, they must have got future picks then, Jackie. Maybe they're going to go for our boy Smith, the receiver.
Well, maybe. That would be interesting. Let's see.
See, these things happen all the time, but I'm a little bit surprised that they would go with such a high trade pick right here at the last second.
If they draft
within a minute,
if
maybe.
they draft Anderson here, either way, they got an opportunity to get in Nigby, the wide receiver from Ohio State, have some familiarity.
They got to get him. They got to get him next, Jackie.
Or
Here he is.
Let's see what.
Here's because Brian. He's
didn't take 10 minutes to make this decision.
Roger's going to announce it. Here you go. Wow, let's see what they wanted. They were serious, Houston. Right. My goodness. Will Anderson, Jackie. That's how bad they wanted it.
I told you.
I would have got somebody to go with my quarterback.
There's no way DeMeco Ryans, a former defensive player, was going to pass on this guy.
That's what he wanted. Wow. Okay.
How about that?
Yep. They didn't want to wait, Jackie.
Vince,
they wanted him bad.
I mean, Vince, the Houston Texans just landed arguably
the best quarterback in the draft and the best defensive lineman.
Absolutely. The best edge rusher. That's what they just did.
Well, that's DeMeco Ryans, the flavor of the coach coming forward on this pick because he's a defensive-minded coach, Jackie.
That's what I said to you. There is no way DeMeco Ryans is not gonna let Will Anderson go past him.
Oh my goodness
gracious. I mean, I just could tell.
How important, Jackie, is that edge rusher
Vince.
In this league when it's a pass-oriented league?
Vince, first of all you got to do is look at how teams are paying edge rushers.
Yes.
Joey Bosa,
right.
Nick Bosa. These guys are the highest paid guys at their positions in the game. And so how do you impact the game? You impact the game at the quarterback position on the offensive side of the ball and at the pass rushing defensive edge and inside tackle like Aaron Donald at those positions on the defensive side of the ball.
Right.
This is where DeMeco Ryans' experience and his feel for the game and what has to happen on a good football team comes to play. You got to remember, he was just a defensive coordinator up in San Francisco. He was those guys coming in, and I remember to be magic.
You mentioned a great thing. You mentioned developing young players, Jackie, and this league now is like shifting into a real predominantly young league, like with rookie players stepping in and immediately having an impact on their team. And a guy like D'Amico Ryans can develop a defense. He can develop a player like this. How's he going to fit in with this team? He could become impactful right off the very beginning.
It could be dangerous.
Yeah.
It could be downright dangerous playing this football team, particularly from an offensive standpoint.
And what does this mean to the entire family, Jackie?
means
I
so
mean,
much.
this is, a lot of players have worked hard their entire life, to get the chance to go to play professional football and earn an honest living. And, this means, this kind of money that they make today, these are life-changing movements for not only the player, but his entire family who is so invested with.
Absolutely. It's an opportunity to build generational wealth.
Yeah.
Generational wealth. And there are very few opportunities for certain people in this country to do that.
Right.
And sport has been one of them. And that's why you'll hear C.J. Stroud say, he's been playing football since he was 8 years old.
Yeah.
And I bet you if you ask Will Anderson, he's played just about every position that there is to be played since he was 8 or 9 years old. So these guys love this game. They realized that they had a unique ability to play this game, and they realized it, and they were fortunately along the way to be coached and helped and encouraged and built up by the men who coached them in high school and college and the mentors they've had, and now they're having the opportunity to cash in on it. It's really wonderful to see. It's encouraging to a lot of other young people, Vince. There are a lot of young people looking at this draft and thinking, if Will Anderson can do it, if C.J. Stroud can do it, I can do it.
Well, the Colts are going to select now, too. They're going to select. They got to select a quarterback. Here's Shane Steichen. Who's he going to pick, Jackie? Who's left?
Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson.
From Florida. The most athletic quarterback in this draft.
Right.
How about that, Vince?
See, if this was me, I know how talented and how versatile this player is, Jackie Richardson. He's got a ways to go. So, but
Vince, he's got a great mentor in Frank Reich.
This is the Colts and Steichen.
And Steichen.
Right,
and
Shane
Steichen.
But
he did the same thing with the quarterback in Philadelphia.
I think they missed the boat because I like this Hendon Hooker from Tennessee, Jackie. I think he's got the most upside.
That might be true, but Vince, Hendon Hooker just tore his ACL. And Hendon Hooker, he's not going to play for another year.
Yeah, well.
And he's 25 years old. So I can understand, why you would consider this. But the other thing, too, is, the head coach that just drafted Anthony Richardson just went to a Super Bowl. He was the offensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles, which we saw the young quarterback who just became a very, very wealthy man.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts,
He became a very, very wealthy man under the coach's leadership. And so I think that he envisions doing with this young man, Anthony Richardson, the exact same offense, the exact same types of plays that he did with Jalen Hurts.
Right. The most athletic quarterback in the draft class, Jackie, is Richardson. I think he's the fastest 40 time as well. He's been very productive throwing the football this year, and he brought Florida into prominence this year. He won a lot of big games for him, but he's such a dynamic player, Jackie, because he's big.
Yeah, he's big.
And for his size, Jackie, he can really run.
He can roll, man.
This guy can
244 pounds, man.
Yeah.
244-pound quarterback.
He's like Josh Allen, but he can really run.
But he can change direction. He can cut on a dime.
Yeah.
And so the development of him as a vertical passer in the pocket is what's going to be interesting. And so I'm looking for the offensive coordinator and head coach that's going to be working with him to build an offense around him that suits his strengths. Because I don't get the feeling that this kid right here, the 4th pick overall in the draft, is going to be sitting on the bench very long.
Well, too, Jackie, when you have a young coach like this, like a Shane Steichen going there, there's a lot of indecision as far as, what the players I have around him. I haven't had a chance to work with this team very much right now. I got to learn my players. And you have a young quarterback like this that's very mobile. Jackie, he can pick up the slack where you don't have a great offensive line and those kind of things around the quarterback. So this might be the direction they're leaning at this point. But you look at a Lamar Jackson who just signed a lucrative contract, Jackie, the most expensive, most lucrative contract in NFL football. But, you know, there is a big premium on how these guys can operate out of the pocket, Jackie.
It really. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's jumping over, he's jumping over 260, 70, 80-pound guys like they're nothing.
Yeah.
He's a tremendous athlete. He may be the best athlete at the position that we've seen since Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
To come into this league, he is a fabulous. He's going to the offensive coordinator, the offensive line. They're going to have a lot of fun playing with this guy.
So Jackie, we've drafted in the first 4 rounds. We've drafted 3 quarterbacks and one edge rusher.
And one edge rusher.
So now, Jackie, Seattle is on the clock. They have 3 minutes, 3 minutes 45 seconds to pick their pick, and they're going to go for a quarterback too, Jackie. I think they got to go for a quarterback.
And who do you think that guy's going to be at this point?
Let's analyze that now. So the top 3 guys are off the board. C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young.
They've got a running back in Seattle.
Hendon Hooker.
Hendon
Hooker is available.
Well, the only thing that concerns me, Vince, about that being a real possibility is the guy just tore his ACL. And it's just hard for me to imagine that somebody – I can see him going to Seattle.
I've seen him play,
I can see him going to Seattle or someplace like that.
He's got such great athletic ability to be a quarterback.
Yeah. And Seattle –
intuition.
If he goes to Seattle, Vince –
yes.
That's a possibility that they can develop him. They don't have to sweat it because they got a quarterback.
Right.
They just paid a guy.
Right.
Gave him a ton of money, and it's just a matter of having some young guy.
Well,
that you
Will
can bring
Levis is still available, and I think he's more developmental, Jackie, of any of the quarterbacks. I also like the kid Max Duggan too, Jackie, from TCU. But I think if Seattle's going to be next on the clock, I'm thinking pretty seriously they might go for this Hendon Hooker. They interviewing. I think they're interviewing Richardson's mom, right?
Yeah, and brother.
It's really it's emotional. It's emotional time for a lot of these players that now
absolutely Vince.
Are coming in, into the professional world, Jackie, where it's a big thing. I mean, you grow up your whole life as a young kid thinking, I want to play football, I want to play baseball, I want to play basketball, and then all of a sudden now you're at a chance. You're
sitting in the seat. You're sitting in the seat waiting on them to call your name.
Right.
And then they call it.
Jackie, let me ask you a question. When you were being drafted, back in 1976. I was drafted in 77, year behind you. What was going through your mind? Run me through that typical day, because I have some crazy things that was going through my mind. But what was going through your mind while you're waiting to get drafted?
Well, Vince, I will share with you quickly that I had been visited by several agents that came to Jackson State and visited with me about being a first-round draft choice, and they wanted to represent me. The year before me, the 4th player picked in the draft was Walter Payton out of Jackson State. The 6th player picked in the draft was Robert Brazile out of Jackson State. And so I was dubbed the next first-round pick. Yeah. So I'm sitting there by the phone in our dormitory. Everybody was sitting by the phone in the dormitory. And it went through the first round. I didn't get a call. Through the second round, I didn't get a call. And I said, the heck with it. I don't want to know. So I went and got my girlfriend, and we went and walked around the mall. Stayed there the better part of the rest of the draft that day. And when I came back, everyone was looking for me. They said that the Rams had drafted me in the 3rd round and they couldn't find me. Where was it? You need to call this number.
Where's this guy at?
But it was a little disappointing that I didn't get drafted as highly as a lot of people thought I would, Vince. But it was really exhilarating to know that I had been drafted. Not only had I been drafted, but I was the first guy on Jackson State's talented roster that year to be drafted. So I was elated. I still had the joy. The disappointment left really quickly because I knew that this was pro football. And I knew that if I didn't go there and do the very best that I could and put forth my very best effort, that it wasn't going to last very long, and that all of the dreams that I had would never become real for me. So that was what it was like for me. What about you? What was going on with you? You're a prima donna, quarterback.
No, it was different. But, I'm so impressed with the guys that you played with, Jackie, and all the great NFL players that played with you collegiately. You played with Walter Payton. You played with Robert Brazile, yourself. I mean, the list goes on. You know, I played at Nebraska. We were a nationally ranked team. We had
Absolutely.
a great team. It was great fun. Played one of the great coaches of all time. And the Seattle is making a pick now. The pick is in, Jackie. So we're gonna.
So what do you think, Vince? Quarterback?
I think they gotta go for a quarterback at this point, Jackie. I mean, either that or the defensive interior tackle for Georgia.
Oh yeah. Well, remember who the head coach is at Seattle.
Yeah,
he's a defensive-minded guy.
He likes him.
And he's in the NFC West with really good quarterbacks, Matthew Stafford, the guys up in San Francisco, Kyler Murray. You got to put pressure on these guys. So let's see what he decides.
The Seahawks, a pick is in.
It looks like it's the quarterback, Vince.
Well, are they? Well, the Seattle fans are going crazy in Union Square, Jackie.
How about that, huh? You called that, Vince.
Yeah. What was it? Here he goes. The Seattle Seahawks in the 2020-23 draft select. Devon Witherspoon.
Cornerback, the corner from Illinois.
From Illinois.
The corner
he was
from
ranked
Illinois.
the top cornerback in the league,
Yes,
Jackie.
sir, he was.
Well,
yes, sir, he was. He's like the Jalen Ramsey of the draft. He's like the Jalen Ramsey of the draft.
That's
the guy
right.
can flat
That's
cover.
correct.
The guy can run. He's big. He's tall. He's rangy. Those guys. One of the things that he does, Vince, is he does a fantastic job against the tall, rangy receivers. And when they try to high point the ball against him, he can get up there and get that ball because he's not little. He's a big guy.
You're right. We should have thought of that, Jackie. Because Pete Carroll loves defense.
Yes, he does.
Loves those defensive
You
backs,
knew he was going to take a defensive
I'm
player.
telling you, he's going to try to develop another one of those great defenses that he had to make a run before, Jackie. So
Devon Witherspoon. You know, I kept hearing his name. I kept hearing his name over and over and over. And then I went and looked at some of his highlights. Vince, he put a hit on a guy in a game that was it was unbelievable. I'm thinking that's not a corner. He's striking this guy like that big back like that, and sure enough, that's what he did. You see what he does? He does a great job in man coverage, Vince.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You
see?
This
is a man coverage league. So if you can lock up man-to-man, Jackie, you can double somebody else up.
And then instinctive, too, Vince. Very instinctive player. He doesn't sit in one spot. He goes where he has to be. He comes up and runs support.
Can he make a tackle?
Watch this hit. Boom. I mean, that's a big-time play. That's the kind of thing we've seen Jalen Ramsey do.
And then they talk about closing speed, too, Jackie. So
look at him. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
He can run. He's physical.
Yeah. Well, that's Pete Carroll's style of player.
Yes, absolutely.
And how's he going to fit in with them? I think he's going to fit right in with that defense.
Right away. He's going to fit in right now.
Yeah, and we thought they might go for a quarterback. But, you know, there's one of the teams that have 2 picks, Jackie. They have the 20th pick in the first round. Mm-hmm. They'll pull up a quarterback on that 20th pick. But that shows you the priority, how they prioritize what they want to go for, Jackie. And this is not to say that they didn't need a quarterback worse than a defensive back, but they put a high priority on defense.
What a play, man.
Yeah.
You look at his highlight film and you think this guy's special. You can clearly see it, clearly see it. And one of the things that manifests that specialness that's inside of him is the physicality. He'll get up there and there he comes and boom, he comes in there and just blows up big backs. He don't care about the size of the guys. He blows them up. And then with those tall, rangy receivers that everybody wants to deploy nowadays, he can get right in the hip pocket. He can stymie them at the line of scrimmage with bump, press coverage, and then he can run with them and then high point the ball. That's the thing that's so impressive about him is that he can play. He can play everywhere, Vince. He can do just about it.
Jalen Ramsey type. You're right.
He doesn't have any liabilities.
Yeah, and the range. We talk about great players. What type of range do they have? Can they cover ground? Okay, this game is so scientific and so specific and developmental and precise that you really have to be able to cover ground in a fast way, Jackie.
Very, very much so.
Your reaction time is limited, okay, and you only have a minuscule of a second to make a difference of a play. And
absolutely.
He's the kind of player that can do that.
At that position right there, Vince, and at this draft choice, this particular selection right here, the 5th pick overall, that guy's a day one starter.
Oh, sure.
There's no way he sits the bench.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to be looking for creative ways to change. You know, when you have a guy like this, Vince, this is what I have grown to understand talking to the corners and the DBs over the years. And I told you how infatuated I am with that position, is that you can take a guy like that right now and install him and totally change your coverages. Totally change things you've been doing for years based on just one man's athletic ability and ability to handle unique situations. Let him play man, play zone everywhere else.
That's right.
Lock down your best
Lock
receiver.
down.
Let him run everywhere. Play him in the slot. Bring him out the corner as a blitzer. There's so many things that an athlete like this at that position can do.
A Dion type of player.
Yeah, and it frees. And you think about the guy who drafted him, Vince.
Yeah.
The guy who drafted him,
Pete Carroll.
Is he a defensive mind or what?
Oh, sure, for
well,
sure.
you know he's sitting in somewhere in a back room trying to figure out ways to double cover other guys and single cover this guy or whatever. He's trying to figure out these things.
Jackie, this
and
is
a guy like that gives you a chance to have a lot of diversity in your defense.
Jackie, this first round is rocking and rolling. I'm telling you, there's so many different moves right now. There's a trade that's with the 6th pick with the Detroit Lions. I think they're trading their pick to the Cardinals.
That was the Rams pick.
Yeah, that was from the Rams.
That's
Detroit. But Detroit passed on the 6th pick and traded
to the Cards.
To the Cardinals.
So the Cardinals got back up.
So they moved back up.
They moved back up.
They need to get somebody. They want to get in the mix. But Detroit is another team, Jackie,
they've got to get an offensive
another
lineman.
pick down the 18th pick.
Mm-hmm.
So
Vince, it'll be interesting to see what happens here, but there's a couple of players that are sitting here right now that I think could be attractive to the Cardinals. Number one is the top running back in this year's draft.
Okay.
The top running back in this year's draft, and he's all the way down there at Bijan Robinson.
Yeah,
he's all the way down at number 8. Okay, this would be a little bit of a reach, but still, he's the top running back. Okay. The other guy is the top tackle, and that's Peter Skoronski out of Northwestern.
Yeah.
They have the option to add quality, 2 really good players in 2 need positions right now with this trade. Let's see who they get.
Well, Jackie, you make a good point. You talk about Bijan Robinson, who's from Texas as a running back. You know, historically, they don't really pick running backs in the first round, although we've seen some great running backs chosen.
Barkley was the last. He was the last one.
He came out from the Giants. You know, Eric Dickerson was drafted 2nd pick.
Jerome Bettis.
Jerome Bettis, another first-round pick.
Todd Gurley.
Yes.
There's been a few guys over the years. Those guys have all been very special. There's no doubt about that.
I think that a running back is as vitally important as any other position on your offense as well. Jackie.
Well, thank you.
You've got to be able to run the football.
Thank you very much.
And you got to be able to be a pass receiver. This guy can do it all.
He can do it all. He can do it all. And then, the other thing is their quarterback, Kyler Murray, he is if he don't see what he likes down the field, he is going to take off and start running.
Yeah, right.
He's coming off of a torn ACL.
He needs to have another guy right next to him.
So I think what you need is you need to have him hand the ball off to someone else to run it a little bit more than Kyler running around. So they're all celebrating. And
that's Jonathan Gannon. Now, he's a defensive-minded coach,
defensive-minded guy.
So you think they might have went for the Georgia pick?
Well, let's see.
Okay. Well, Roger Goodell will be making his way to the podium here in just a second.
The Cardinals have decided, Vince. The Cardinals have decided. Are they looking for their version of Aaron Donald?
Well,
oh, Vince, I'm getting hungry. What about you?
Yeah, man,
where's that charcuterie board?
Is that charcuterie
Don't you have a charcuterie board here somewhere?
Oh, boy.
Who's that?
Paris Johnson Jr.,
it's the
Ohio State.
He's the first tackle off the board.
Okay.
The first tackle off the board. And they had him ranked as the 16th overall player out of Ohio State.
Well, they want to try to pass protect.
Vince, he's a left tackle, Vince.
Might not be a bad idea.
Vince, he had 14%. He had 14 pressures that he allowed in 449 passes. Think about that, Vince.
Okay.
He's 6'6", he weighs 310. I mean, this right here it reeks of perfection relative to what they need.
Right.
This guy's a shut-down offensive tackle, man.
They need. Well, let me look at this logo in the back here, Jackie. We've got a lot of stuff going. We're going to talk about Paris Johnson here in a second, but we have Harmony Cheese. Jackie is one of our great colleagues. And,
oh my goodness!
And guys that like
bring that charcuterie board on over here, my friend. This is the draft. We're supposed to be having a good time.
From Wisconsin.
Absolutely.
Maybe it came from my days back with the Green Bay Packers, Jackie. But I'm telling you,
now, Vince, this to me is refreshing.
Look at this charcuterie
It's refreshing,
board,
Vince.
will you? Look at this.
Oh
man.
yeah.
We have this.
Absolutely.
Infused cheeses. We have like a cheddar cheese. We got this other artisan cheese, Jackie, that's handmade.
Yes, sir.
Okay, quality made.
Yeah, charcuterie.
It's infused with mushrooms.
Infused.
Jackie. This one here is infused with some beer. Don't get drunk on that, Jack. Man, I'm telling you, that does look good, man. We're going to have a little bit of Ferragamo wine with it too, probably. But hey, they're loving this pick, this Paris Johnson pick out of Ohio State, Jackie. And you know what? You're in the NFC West. They figured they can move down a little bit, Jackie, because what they really want, they want offensive linemen. They weren't looking for a quarterback. The quarterbacks were going to go high. So they weren't going to be affected by quarterbacks. They want an offensive lineman, so they traded, and they trade for this pick here. It works for them because they're against the 49ers. They're against Seattle, all defensive-oriented teams. The Rams.
Right. Bosa, Donald, they needed it. It wasn't so much of what they wanted, it's what they had to have.
What they have to have.
They had to have a quality offensive tackle. And interestingly enough, he wasn't on many prognosticators. Many prognosticators had him ranked as like the fourth tackle, the second, or third, to fourth tackle on the board. And this guy ended up coming off the board as number one. I saw the highlight film of him Vince, and the thing that I really liked about him is his nastiness. I mean, he's not content with just tying a guy up and keeping him out of the way. This guy wants to put you on your big numbers. And you know, your little numbers in the front and your big numbers in the back. He wants to put you on your big numbers, and I like the nasty style in which he plays the game.
So, Jackie, if you're a scout, the top three things that you're looking for when you go to draft a player, if it's a lineman, what are you looking for? What are the top three? You're talking about this nastiness?
Well, first of all, Vince, he's got to be prototypically built.
Okay.
There's an offensive tackle in this particular draft class that's ranked pretty high, but his arms are 33 inches in length.
Okay.
That's way too short, in my opinion. Yeah. That's the length of a guard or a center. A tackle needs to be long and rangy. He needs to be able to reach out and touch. You reach out and touch guys.
So physical attributes.
Sooner.
You gotta have that.
The first
That's
thing,
number one.
absolutely. That's the first thing I'm going to look for.
Okay.
Now, on top of that, which may supersede that just a little bit, is his attitude in which he competes. The attitude, an offensive lineman, as Ryan Wendell, the new offensive line coach for the Rams, just stated when he talked about the Rams' priorities at the offensive line position. Number one, they got to be nasty. They got to be able to put their nose in there, even if it's broken, and go and try to dig linebackers out, try to root out defensive linemen all over the place. Whatever it takes, they got to initiate the physicality. That's what I like to see in a good offensive lineman. In many cases, if they have that, you can teach them a whole lot of the other things. You can teach them sometimes how to get around, in many cases, having shorter arms and whatnot. But you can't teach a guy being nasty. You can't teach him being prototypically. You can't teach him being prototypically built. And then the other thing, Vince, that you have to look for with good offensive linemen is their mental awareness. They have to be. They can't operate in a box. You can't operate sitting there thinking, I got my man. You have to be able to get your man and be aware of the buddy that you're working with if he's getting his man. If they're doing something that you two have to change up your technique and get the guy covered, you got to change it up. So mental aptitude is also important to me. Those three things are critical.
Well, I can tell you my three things for quarterbacks, Jackie. Number one, you gotta have an upside. You have to have that decision-making process, okay? You got to be intellectually sound. You have to be able to improve, work hard, have a great work ethic, Jackie. And third is that you have to be a great leader, Jackie. Mm-hmm. And I have this, but lead by example. You know, you have to get along great with players. You have to be able to communicate with one another. I think it's real important because it's such a team game. You rely on the great receiver. You rely on the offensive line to make those blocks. You rely on the running back to pick up the right guy.
You know what's interesting about what you just said to me, Vince? And I really thought you would say it. To me, one of the toughest things that a good quarterback has to be able to do is to read and dissect coverages as to what people are trying to do to him.
For sure.
And I'm surprised. I was surprised you didn't say that, because in my mind, I'm thinking the coverage patterns that people present to quarterbacks nowadays are so detailed and intricate. I'm thinking to myself, there's no way I can make a decision as to where to go with the football. It would take me a long time to figure it out.
Well, there's so
but
many
you got to know that right away, don't you?
There's so many intangible traits, Jackie, that go into, but you really have to have that charisma, Jackie, and that's that guy, that it factor. It's got to be a special, something about this kid that's really good.
Yeah.
You know, that can really perform out there, regardless of what the situation is. You know, Jackie, when it comes to big time, hey, when it's the last 2 minutes of a game, you got to drive down the field, man. You got to have some calmness about yourself. You got to have some composure.
Is it safe for me to assume that one of your top prerequisites is that you have to know what the coverages are that are being presented to you?
That's pretty. That's pretty much.
Well, that to me, that's a major thing to me. That's a huge to me.
Yeah, and you know, the great quarterbacks can obviously do that. Jackie, we got some questions from Instagram, IG down here.
Well, that's cool.
From Mahomes. I think it's Mahomes or something. Are Witherspoon and Woolen the best young quarterback duo in the league? So Witherspoon just went to Seattle. Okay, this must be a Seattle Seahawks question. Because are they the two best duo in the league? I mean, with Witherspoon now, doesn't Witherspoon have a great name? I mean, there's been Witherspoons who played in this league before.
It seems that I've heard that. It seems that I've heard that name. Certainly in basketball, I've heard it.
Cephas has played in it.
Yeah, Cephas. Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, that's a good question.
Well, this is what I do know in answer to your question. Whether or not he's the best pure talent, that's debatable. We can always debate that on every position, to be perfectly honest with you. But what I found to be so telling was the fact that the guy who drafted him has been, ever since I've been in Southern California, I've known of the coach, I've known of Pete, I've known of his prowess as a defensive play caller. I've seen him single-handedly win games by putting people in position to be successful. So in my opinion, in Pete Carroll's opinion, this guy is the best corner that you could probably ever draft. To answer your question.
Trey Wilson.
The big defensive end from Texas Tech. Now, you notice they don't call him an edge. He's not referred to as an edge. So
defense.
Does he not look like a Raider? Does he not look like he's going to play with the Raiders?
Raiders now.
Huh?
Yeah.
Now they're going to put him on the opposite side. They're going to put him on the opposite side of their best defensive end now, their best defensive lineman. They're going to put him on the other side.
On the other side.
Yeah, on the other side. And this guy, see, the difference between an edge and a defensive end event. You see, an edge can play. An edge is a pass rusher, and he's a movement guy. You can drop him on occasion, but primarily you're going to put him in a spot where he's isolated, one-on-one with a tackle on a crucial pass rushing down. He's a pass rusher. He's getting after it all the time. And he sets the edge on occasion, forced to run back inside. But a defensive end is a big, strong, physical guy that can play the run at the line of scrimmage, Vince.
He almost picked up Roger Goodell and threw him down, Jake.
Vince, he can play a big 300-pound tackle at the line of scrimmage with long arms and neutralize him. I think of Neil Smith with the Kansas City City Chiefs when I think watch him reach out and touch this guy in the chest. He's already impacting. He's already able to force the tackle to make a body commitment because his arms are so long.
Yes.
And then he's got so much weight that once he starts pushing on him, the guy starts contorting himself.
He's pretty much
and gets out of position.
Jackie, he can stop the run. He
can play it all, Vince.
He can be effective.
He can play it all. He can do it all, Vince.
Yeah.
He can do it all. He can rush the passer and play the run. He can rush the passer and play the run. He can play the run on short yards and goal line situations in the middle of the field. There's a great pass rusher on third down. You won't take him off the field. This guy is special.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. And he is listed as a defensive end. And the guy that comes to mind is the great defensive pass rusher at Cleveland right now.
Young.
Yeah, at Cleveland.
Yeah. At Cleveland, Young. It's
not Chase Young.
Chase Young.
Not Chase Young. He was a prototype for this position before he got
I
his
know
knee
you're
hurt.
talking about, yeah.
I just can't call his name. The right defensive end at Cleveland. He's a dynamic player, big, strong, rangy guy, long arms, can get you stuffed at the line of scrimmage as a tackle. Look at him. See the way he's built? This guy's special.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he is a difference maker now. But next on the clock, Jackie, is going to be the Atlanta Falcons. So they're a team that's in dire need of a quarterback. Quarterbacks that are available. Will Levis was another one of the top-rated quarterbacks, Jackie, out of Kentucky. He's one of them. And also you have Hendon Hooker. I think, as you mentioned, though, the Hendon Hooker injury with his ACL may be some teams might be shying away from that, but I still think he's a great young quarterback. He's going to be really good in the pros. So, but we'll see what happens coming up soon.
Absolutely.
You know, and Jackie, you talked about your experiences about the draft. I have to tell you, sitting back in Nebraska. And
you weren't nervous. There's no way you're telling me you're nervous.
But when I was
you're a quarterback coming out of Nebraska.
When I heard you mention, hey, I was projected to be first round, second round, third round. The first round went by, the second round went by. It was just like you. I got perturbed. I go, this is not going to happen. I'm out of here. So I went and worked out.
Oh, you did? Before you heard about the draft?
I had to get my mind off this draft. So I come back, Jackie, and I come back and I get a call. You're early in the fourth round. It was the 91st pick, I think. And I get a call from Don Klosterman.
You were the 91st pick?
Yeah, I think it was in the fourth round. There was, 28 teams back in those days. So, and then I think it was 91st or 104th. I can't remember right now. But looking at what happened, Jackie, when I talked to, he says, hey, welcome to the LA Rams. We drafted you. I was excited. Finally I got drafted. But then when I talked to Don Klosterman, he says, we watched you play, but the reason why we decided to pick you because we saw you play in high school. High school, of course, I was from Southern California, so the Rams were in my backyard.
Right.
And so, they saw me play in high school. It was kind of interesting to know that they had actually did their little bit of homework.
Yes.
And they did their study to follow up with these guys, not only, starting way back in high school, and they follow your career, and they keep track of you. So.
Well, you were right here in their backyard. They saw you. Your brother was one of the more famous coaches in all of high school football at that time. And then I remember there were players coming out of Banning High School going to Stanford and other places, big time. I think of the first round. What was the first round tackle's name that your brother coached that went to Stanford?
Oh.
He had one eye. He had a problem with his eye. But I remember him. He was drafted in the first round by the Atlanta Falcons, a big, talented guy. So your brother was
Whitfield.
Bob Whitfield. Your brother was feeding a lot of really talented guys into the pros, into college football in particular. Right. And with you, Don Klosterman was the same guy that drafted me the year before, and he had a very keen eye for talent. And he was a quarterback himself.
Right.
A lot of people don't remember that about Don because Don had this. He hurt himself in a skiing accident, and when you watch him walk around, you would think that he was never an athlete or anything, was born that way. But he was a quarterback and a very good one, so he knew what quarterbacks looked like. He also knew, Vince, where good players were being developed. And he knew that about your brother over at Banning High School. And then here you come, and you're throwing a football all over the place.
We were one of the first teams to run the shotgun formation.
I know.
Teams didn't even know about shotgun formation.
And you're throwing the football all over the place. So you think Don Klosterman didn't see you in high school?
He must have. Jackie, the Falcons pick is in. Who are they going to go for? What do you think? What's the reaction? There's a lot of Falcons people in
the defensive lineman from Georgia.
Square in Kansas
How about
City.
Carter, the defensive lineman from Georgia?
They have to get a quarterback, Jackie. They don't have a quarterback on their team.
Well,
you think they'll go for Bijan Robinson or?
Well,
they're singing a song, Jackie. Sweet Caroline. It's always a popular song, Jackie. Sweet Caroline.
Sweet Caroline.
Okay, song's over. You can announce the pick.
For the Atlanta Falcons pick, I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters.
Big Brothers and Big Sisters, Jackie. Great organization. Help a lot of young kids.
To the power of mentorship.
Yep.
The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America as part of our work on social justice through our initiative, Inspired Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick.
Oh, they're gonna announce the pick, Jackie. Chris and Shane from Big Brothers and Sisters. Bijan Robinson, Jackie.
Absolutely.
Okay, they're running back from Texas. Okay, they found a good running back. So Atlanta.
The 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
It's a good pick.
Yes.
Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson. Okay, they have Tyler
That's a good.
Henneke
It's a very good
and
pick.
Desmond Ritter are the two quarterbacks they're going to live with right now at this point.
Yes. And you know
Of
what?
course, Heineke actually did pretty well with the Commanders last year, Jackie.
Yeah.
So
You know, I can live with that because I know that Bruce Matthews' son is the left tackle for the Atlanta Falcons. I also know that the right guard for the Atlanta Falcons is the highest paid offensive guard in pro football. They just gave him a ton of money.
They can run the football,
They can
Jackie.
run the football.
They can run the ball.
They can run the football. They got really good run blockers, and actually they're good run and pass blockers. So now you add a very versatile back like this kid to the equation.
Yeah.
Now you just got better.
I
You
think-
just got better.
I think that does make sense, Jackie, because they're in the NFC South. They've got Tampa. They can run the ball. Tampa gave a lot of yards up against
lot
the
of
run
yards,
last year.
a lot of
I mean, the New Orleans Saints, they gave up some yards too running the football. So, this Atlanta Falcon team, Carolina will be the team to, with Bryce Young now, it could be Carolina and Atlanta
Right.
vying for that NFC South. But this kid can take it to the house, Jackie.
He can take it to the house. He's special. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And he's not a little guy, Vince.
No,
I mean,
he's a big running back.
He's a big back, but he's shifty. He can change direction. He can catch the ball.
Yeah.
He could do a little bit better as a pass protector. He's 5'11",
He's shifty.
about 216 or something like that. He could do a little bit better dealing with some of those big heavy backers that are coming downhill on him. But that's not what you're bringing him there for. You're bringing him there to tote the tater.
Run the football.
Run the football,
Run
man.
that football.
And
Run the hoochie.
Vince, like I've always said, and I've always felt.
Look at him catch the ball.
And this is true.
He-
Yeah, he can catch the ball.
He's not even running short routes, Jackie.
No,
he's
down
running up
the
the field.
Yeah, he's down the field running routes.
So, I mean,
he's taxing linebackers and safeties up the field as a receiver. But this is what I've always concluded, Vince, about having a good running game, is that if you can beat guys up who rush the passer, if you can make them play out of their element, which is pass rushing, make them put the hand on the ground, get down in there dirty and everything, you can neutralize great pass rush and you can play your kind of game.
Yes.
You can play a more balanced, well-rounded offensive game plan, and it's not as taxing on your offensive lineman. It's not as taxing on your quarterback because it's beating up the pass rushes all the time, and it just gives you a better feel, gives the offensive line, the 300-pound guys up front, a chance to control the game. And that's what I wanted to be about as a player. I wanted to be a part of controlling the game. I didn't want to just be some guy that was isolated and having to deal with the best pass rusher, 25 out of 50 times. I didn't want that. Right. I wanted to be able to hit the guy in the lips, make him show me he can defend the run, and as well as rush the passer and beat some of that pass rush out of him along the way. And that's what I think the Atlanta Falcons offense is geared to do right now.
Yeah. Bijan Robinson, Texas. Well, I see a lot of these teams, Jackie, improving from day one, moving forward. I mean, a lot of these teams are continually rebuilding, and Atlanta's got a ways to go. But, I mean, this is a good start.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a good start with a great running back like this. If he stays healthy, Jackie, I mean, granted, running backs last, they're limited. They're not like quarterbacks that maybe
they're not going to play a very long time. They take a lot of shots.
But they want it. You got to have a great running back, Jackie.
Yeah. You
gotta have a good
got to
running back.
invest in that position. You got to invest in that position. There's no
Right.
doubt about it.
I mean, he does it all, Jackie. He not only can hit the line straight ahead on a dive type of run, he can run a sweep. He can change direction, Jackie, and break across the field to the opposite side of the field and take it to the house.
He can beat a linebacker or a strong safety in coverage and
Yes,
catch
that
the ball
too.
and hurt you in the passing game.
So when you're versatile like that, Jackie, that's what makes you so valuable. You know? I mean, my goodness.
You know, Vince, you understand the passing game probably as well as anybody that I know. But you said that, and you just
Look at him go straight ahead, Jack.
You confirm something that I believe about you as a passer. You know, most guys. I remember we played the Bears, and you threw the ball 51 times, I believe it was. How many yards passing did you have? You had 500 yards
Over
passing.
500, yeah.
Over 500 yards passing. But we
lost the game.
We lost the game.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, how would you have felt if you had 100 yards put out in front of you that day on the ground?
We would have won the game.
We would have won the game.
We would have won that.
We would have won the game without
But we were
doubt.
always behind, so we always had to try to catch up. But you know, they're referring this kid Robinson to LaDainian Tomlinson, Jackie. They
Absolutely.
the running styles.
And
some of these guys,
he's a
it's
Hall of Famer.
So interesting to pick a correlation or someone who you kind of mimic or you reflect, you look just like when you run.
Right.
And that's a pretty.
It's
that's
flattering.
pretty
It's flattering to
It's
be
really good,
compared
yeah.
to LaDainian Tomlinson. There's no doubt about that.
So the Atlanta Falcons went with the running back, Jackie. The next pick are the Bears. Pick from the Eagles or from the Carolina.
Do they need a quarterback, Vince?
Well, I don't know why the Eagles are selecting now. They must have switched. They must have traded.
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
There was a trade.
Well, what do the Eagles need? I mean, the Eagles.
Well, they lost their best interior defensive pass rusher, and this kid from Georgia is still on the board.
That's it. That's the kid they're going to go for. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, they lost Hargrave. It's got to go. What's his name, Jackie? The defensive end, or defensive tackle for Georgia.
Is it Carter?
No, he'll be on the first page.
Jalen Carter. There he is right there.
Jalen Carter, that's him. Jackie?
Yep.
That's the
exactly.
ninth pick overall.
The 9th pick overall. A lot of people thought he was going to be number
Look
one.
how big that guy is.
And Vince, the guy that he lost.
This guy's dynamic.
The guy that they lost in Philadelphia,
Hargrave.
was the number 1 free agent on many people's list in this past spring when the free agency period opened. And this guy right here is a clone of who he was.
So
with that Philadelphia Eagle team looking to repeat with Jalen Hurst and many of the other guys that are on that roster.
They replaced what they lost.
They replaced what they lost with a guy that's younger and a lot less expensive.
Wow. You know, Jackie, we talked about how much money these quarterbacks, and we talked about Lamar Jackson briefly, just right before the draft. He signed a lucrative contract, highest in professional sports, $270 million. You can see how emotional.
Yes. A lot of relief.
Is.
A lot of relief,
Yeah,
Vince, because you know
he's excited to go to. This is a great team he's going to, too, Jack.
And you know, Vince, there's a lot of relief in those tiers too, because remember he had some little issues there. They're putting him on the board right now. He's associated with a car crash that took someone's life and some speeding and all that. But the kid is 21, 22 years old, and he hasn't been accused of anything other than being involved in this. He wasn't directly responsible in a way. And so, a lot of people thought he was going to be first overall pick in this draft.
Right.
And to in his mind to be sitting there and not get picked until this particular time, it had to have been difficult for him. It had to have been very difficult for him. So those tears that we're seeing from this young man are not only tears of
relief.
They're tears of relief.
Yes.
Not only tears of joy, but tears of relief.
Yeah, I'm glad this is over.
Absolutely.
I can move on with my life. I have a new career, a new hometown now. He's going from Athens, Georgia, Jackie, to Philadelphia.
How about that, huh?
I mean, to the Eagles. And it's not like he's going to a team that is not destined to do something. They're going to be right in the thick of things.
They're going to be right in the thick of things.
So he's going to be right in the middle, and he may impact that defense this year in 1 year. Now, how long does it take a defensive lineman like that to
no.
enter the league
How?
and be effective?
Oh,
Jackie?
right now. right now.
So he can come in
Right
next
now.
year and be effective.
Unlike
right now.
an offensive lineman, there's some offensive linemen that can come. I think of the Slater kid over there at the Chargers. He right now he's distinguished himself right now. This kid right here, like Aaron Donald, he's a bigger version of Aaron Donald. But this kid right now is going to impact the game right now.
Jackie, does he look a little like Reggie White to you?
Well,
I mean, Reggie played in Philadelphia. I mean, Reggie was like unbelievable.
Reggie was unbelievable.
This kid's tough to move.
He's very difficult to move. And not only does he play the run,
Jackie.
not only does he play the run, Vince, but this son of a gun can get after the quarterback. He can discard 300-pound men at the line of scrimmage with ease and come off. You see how he came off that? He came off a double team on that particular play and got in the backfield and made a play.
Too.
So he is. Oh, look at that power.
Did he see what he did to the right
I
guard?
saw he just exploded to him and into him.
Okay, this is against LSU, Jackie. We're looking at some highlights of Carter.
He's
Jalen
just a
Carter.
really, he's just a really good
on
player.
the defensive line. And you
Really
know what?
good
Now
player.
we've seen players like Aaron Donald, so effective. What's his name in Kansas City, Jackie? You mentioned him, the defensive line.
Neil Smith.
I mean, how impactful a defensive tackle can be in today's football. It's really vital to have a great defensive tackle.
Hey, listen.
Not only an edge rusher, you got to have the inside.
Vince, when you start talking about how impactful, even asking the question of how impactful a defensive tackle can be in pro football, you need to look no further than your own backyard. You got arguably, you got the best defensive tackle we've seen in the last 50 years in Aaron Donald.
Exactly.
Which, by the way, Vince, relative to Aaron Donald, the Rams have said that there are three pillars of their football team that they're going to build around. And those pillars include Matthew Stafford, the quarterback that just gave up 2 first-round picks for him. They include Cooper Kupp, who was just a couple of years ago won the Triple Crown as a wide receiver, most receiving yards, most receptions, most receiving yards, and most touchdowns, all of that. And then the last guy is the best defensive tackle that you and I have seen in the last 50 years. Relative to the Rams and not having a pick until the 36th pick tomorrow, was there ever any in your mind, did it ever enter your mind about the possibility of trading him? And I mean, can you imagine the picks they would have got? Can you imagine how many of these guys here that possibly the Rams could have landed with those picks, including the guy from Carter who just got drafted? The best defensive tackle in the draft?
I couldn't imagine that because, there's only the premier players. I mean, a lot of players are really good, Jackie, but nobody has had that kind of impact on any team or even in the league as Aaron Donald has had.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and so, I mean, at no cost would he be expendable for me. I'd have to keep him. He's just too valuable of an asset for me. I mean, he's like a cushion that I have to have that I have to sit on every day. You know, I mean, he's the man. I got to have him. He's my mainstay on the defensive line. I mean, I could have 5 guys, but none of the 5 guys wouldn't be like him.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. And I mentioned that to you because I wondered, with some of the freewheeling and dealing that we've seen the Rams do over the last few years, if that was ever really a possibility for them. But they came out right away and they said, hey, these guys are our pillars, and that includes Aaron Donald. And I don't blame him. I'm going to ride Aaron Donald till he can't go no more.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to ride him till he stops.
Okay, now they just selected a tackle, Jackie.
Oh, that's Darnell Wright.
Yeah.
The kid from Tennessee. Hooker's blindside quarterback.
Right. Okay, you talked about Darnell Wright, Jackie.
Hooker's blindside left tackle.
Now this kid, size-wise, Jackie, you like his size.
Yeah,
right?
I love his size. He's a big guy, rangy guy.
He
He's
played
tall.
the same position you did, Jackie.
Yes, he did. He's a right tackle.
Right.
Look, 6'5", 333, Vince.
6'5", 333, yeah.
I like his pass set. I like the way he uses his hands. He's not overdoing it.
He gets up the field, too, Jackie.
He's making the guy play into his core. That time he jumped that defensive end, tied him up at the line of scrimmage, and threw him to the ground. He's showing me some.
How's his footwork, Jackie?
Just looking at this highlight tape of him, Vince, he's showing a lot of variety.
Okay.
And that's what you have to have. You know, a lot of guys stay and play meat and potato football all the time, and they never come out of that. Well, this guy, I just looked at his highlight tape, and looking at his highlight tape,
Look at him run the 40-yard dash, Jackie.
he can roll, Vince. He can roll. But looking at his
For
highlight,
an offensive tackle, he ran a 5 flat.
absolutely. And looking at his highlight tape and how he was blocking those edge rushers and defensive ends, I saw a lot of variety, which tells me that he has the mental tenacity to change things up. He's creative in the way that he attacked these big, talented edge rushers and defensive ends. Because I just saw it in 3 different pass sets on passing downs with him.
Okay, you're looking at the pass set. I was looking at the same thing you were, Jackie. I saw that first step. He's a right tackle. I saw that right step come back real quick. That quickness of that first step can enable you to be very versatile. How you defend or how you take on that defensive end that's coming up the field.
Absolutely.
Jackie.
Absolutely.
So it wasn't slow, Jackie.
No,
it was quick for
No,
6. He's over 300 some odd pounds.
333. Now think about this, Vince. Remember what we saw Lane Johnson do in the playoffs?
Yes.
Particularly against Bosa when they played San Francisco?
Yeah, didn't
the
he set him
rule
up?
says that when you're in a 2-point stance, you can adjust your stance at any particular time prior to the ball snapping.
Okay.
Well, what Lane Johnson was doing was narrowing his base and getting to a stagger as he knew the ball was going to be snapped. So Bosa was complaining that he was in motion.
That's right.
But because he was in a 2-point stance, he could adjust his stance, and that adjustment involved getting him going a little bit quicker. That guy right there, just looking at the set that he took, tells me he could be one of the masters of it. Because he moved quickly, he took that back foot, stuck it in the ground, and he did it right as the ball was snapping. Now imagine him doing it a little bit sooner.
So that's even more important and more imperative that the defensive end watch the football and not watch the reaction of the offensive line. Because the offensive lineman, as what you're saying, is he can move preliminarily before the snap.
Absolutely.
So you have to watch the ball. If you're
in
watching him, you're going to be offside.
Right, if he's in a 2-point stance. If he's in a 3-point stance and does that, we got a problem. We got a problem. But what he just showed me was the capability of doing that and the quickness that you need to have to be able to do that, and then settle back into a grounded, powerful position to entertain a guy who's shocked by that, whose recourse is to bull rush you and come right into you right now. So it's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward, Vince, to after what we saw with Philadelphia through the latter half of the season and into the playoffs, I'm looking forward to next year watching a lot of offensive tackles and their line coaches master this, the guidance of this rule, which says you can adjust your stance in a 2-point stance, which means you can actually move and start your set before the ball is snapped. I think that's going to be something that's going to be very prevalent in the NFL over the next, few years.
Jackie, as we're on a break here real quick, the Titans have the next pick, and they're on the clock. So they'll be picking the 11th pick. Jackie, they have a new general manager, Ron Carthon, and it's interesting to note that they're sticking with their quarterback, and so I don't think the Ryan Tannehill will be replaced with a young quarterback. So we're going to have to wait on Hendon Hooker. So we're going to have to wait on him. Maybe a couple more picks. You think maybe New England down the road, a couple more picks down, they might be interested in maybe
you never know
that. Or he may just go a little bit later.
Well, Tennessee is pretty excited there.
Yeah. The pick is in, Jackie.
Pick is in.
So there'll be
This is the 11th pick. They stayed put. So they had the way they were celebrating at Titans camp, they had their minds made up on who the guy was that they wanted.
Well, I think what you have is you have your list in front of you of who you want, who's your top priority in this first round, Jackie, because the later rounds, they will go much faster. But you have your pick, and now that some of the guys are off the board, so.
Vince, one of the things that we talked about was the new head coaches and the new general managers.
Yes.
How do you think those guys have fared so far? The first year draft managers and the first year head coaches.
I mean, that's a good question. I think the general manager has more at stake with the draft because they're more intimately involved with it.
Right.
I think that, Arizona Cardinals, went for the defense, went for the offensive tackle, because they understand how powerful the defensive lines are in the NFC West. So I think that was a pretty smart move by Monty Ossenfort. I think.
What did you think about D'Amico Ryans?
I was just going to say, I think Houston is the winner of this first round so far because they went after C.J. Stroud, and then they got the next pick, and they got their pass rusher Anderson. So D'Amico Ryans got his defensive guy, and they got their quarterback they wanted.
They got their both the top two.
I mean, I
players.
think that's the gem pick of this draft.
Well, both of them are
for those guys.
Well, D'Amico Ryans is, first-year head coach. He was a former player that played there for a long time, was a Pro Bowler for them, and they brought him back now to lead this organization on the field.
Right.
And, it seemed like they're giving him an opportunity to be successful with the way they're loading him up with talent on both sides of the ball.
Well, here's Roger Goodell. He's going to make his announcement. First round. 2023.
There goes the Northwestern tackle.
There it goes.
Going
the
to Tennessee Titans.
Mike Vrabel's going for the offensive lineman, Jack.
It'll be interesting to see where they play him.
Peter Skoronski.
Yeah.
From Northwestern.
Yeah, very talented guy.
Yeah.
The Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle.
Well, he was rated one of the top tackles in the draft, Jack.
Bob Skoronski was his grandfather's, and he was an offensive tackle.
Wow.
And
his grandpa like grandson.
And his dad was a coach.
Yeah.
So I was watching him as he was interviewed earlier in the week, and he talked about how tough it was and how he had to learn to be tough because his father who's coached him all his life, never gave him a break.
Yeah.
Never let him feel that football was anything that you take lightly. You can see there's his grandfather.
There's his grandfather right
Never
there.
let him feel that football was something you take lightly. Now, the interesting thing about him, though, Vince, that concerns me a little bit are his measurements. His arm's length is like 33 inches long, which is, considered prototypical for a guard.
Yeah.
Not so much for a tackle. Tackle's a little bit longer, a little bit rangier.
Well, maybe he's versatile, Jackie. Maybe he can play that guard-tackle combination. And that might help a team like the Tennessee Titans.
Absolutely. See,
how's he as a run blocker? Because they got Derrick Henry.
His grandfather played
was a Green Bay Packer.
Yeah. He played in the Super Bowl. He played in the Super Bowl with the Green Bay Packers.
Well, I'm telling you, when you have a tradition, a family tradition like that, Jackie, that means worlds of greatness for some of these young kids coming up.
See, there he is, Peter, with his grandfather.
That's great.
Isn't that the coolest thing to see?
That is cool, man. That is cool.
How about that? I'm happy for that family, and I couldn't be more happy for them. Just to think that his granddad played the Green Bay Packers, probably played in 2 Super Bowls, and now they've taken him. I was looking at his grades, Vince, and everything was special about him. The way his percentage of success as a pass blocker, his percentage of success as a run blocker. They talked about the niftiness of this guy and how he moved his feet and how he gathered himself with counter moves were put on him. And he is a really, really good, really good football player with great football acumen as an offensive lineman. But the measurables as a tackle concerns me a little bit. And that's what prompts me to think, Vince, that there's a good possibility that they'll take him and do what people did with Jonathan Ogden out of UCLA, for example. Play him at guard inside on the left side for maybe his first year till he gets his feet wet, and then gradually shift him on back out to tackle.
That's a good concept, Jackie. That'll be smart. And I think Mike Vrabel, if anybody can do it, he really understands the significance and the proper direction to move with these offensive linemen, Jackie, because he's so much he's so intense about how to play the game at the line of scrimmage.
Absolutely.
With his linebacking. Here you go. Detroit Lions are on the clock.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Running back, Alabama. He's 199 pounds.
Well, the Detroit Lions have a couple picks here, Jackie. They gave up one. They traded one earlier on, didn't they? And they just got a running back here.
How about that?
Yeah.
So the Lions traded up to get this guy. 4.36.
Well, this would have been the original Texans pick, but they swapped. Houston swapped, so they traded up here and they pick a running back.
They picked a fast running back. Jamie Gibbs.
Wow. Well, there again, 2 running backs, Jackie, in the first 12 picks.
Right.
That's very unusual.
Very unusual. Very unusual. And Vince, one of the things that you notice about these running backs,
Yeah.
these running backs, look at this guy. Look at this guy in space. You see this
Yeah.
guy in space?
Oh, yeah.
He's not a straight line runner. This guy is
tough to bring down.
This guy looks like a wide receiver.
Yes.
This guy looks like a wide receiver
He's
running
out there.
routes.
He's in run the.
He's running
slot.
routes. He's catching balls. He's making safeties and corners. Look at that. You see the move he put on that backer?
Look at
backer can't run with this guy.
Look how excited these coaches are from Detroit.
The backer can't run with that guy.
Yeah.
So what he is he's an overweight wide receiver.
Yes.
That
he
happens.
can run.
That
He
happens
runs
to be-
like a wide receiver.
That happens to be tough enough to run with the football.
Right.
How about that, huh?
Well, you see how versatile running backs now and wide receivers go in the Debo Samuel, Jackie. He goes and runs out of the backfield.
Look at him.
He can carry the ball, so he can go inside or he can go outside.
Look, 143.0
All-purpose yards.
All-purpose yards, 6 in the FBS. He had 914 receiving yards. So Vince,
So he's
if you
versatile.
can't catch the ball out of the backfield as a running back,
Yeah.
you're not valued in the National Football League now.
He's going to be a big threat. He's going to help Jared Goff a lot on that offense.
There's absolutely no doubt about it. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Jared Goff just became a better quarterback.
See, Jackie, you can be very creative. Most college coaches and pro coaches, they've learned to accept the fact that if I have a versatile running back, I can be very creative on the offensive scheme.
Right.
Because now, with empty backfield or with a running back in the backfield, I can put a wide receiver in the back and take my running back and put him outside.
And,
Or
and force the
I can
linebacker to
take,
cover.
like New England does. I can take my running back and flank him outside the wide receiver, and now I've forced the corner to come outside. So now I have more versatile receivers inside running against lesser quality cover
guys. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mismatches. Creating mismatches. And
So
it seems-
Detroit will exploit that, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, Vince, if you're an offensive coordinator in the National Football League nowadays, you better be able to exploit that, because if you can't, you won't have that job very long.
Well,
And to have a back like that, to create those kind of mismatches for a really good play caller who knows what he's doing, it's heavenly. It's
Yeah.
heavenly.
yeah. Well, they have to be content. Getting these quality players, Jackie. And a lot of times, Jackie, do you pick out of necessity, or you just pick the best quality player you can find in the draft?
Well, they do that a lot.
But I think it's a combination of both what's happening now.
I do too. I see picking need.
Yeah.
I see picking best available. And I see picking guys who offer you a lot of versatility.
Yeah.
That's what I've seen in this draft.
Well, let's see if we have any questions from IG here. Looking at them. Let's see. Oh, just reaction. Everybody's reacting to what's going on in the NFL. We got a lot of fans here jumping in, Jackie, on Instagram.
Is that right?
Yeah. See, this is our feed. We got they're rolling this. They're going all the time.
Oh, well, good. Good for us.
Well, that's good. Well,
That means
we
people-
got a lot of football fans.
That means
out
people
there,
think
though,
that you
Jackie.
know what you're talking about.
I don't know. I don't know if they necessarily agree with me or you, but they're
What the
watching.
heck? We're having a good
Yeah,
time. Are
that's
we
right,
having a
man.
good time?
Heck yeah, man. Hey, how about that cheese?
Oh,
How
man.
about this cheese?
Speaking of that cheese,
God, man, I'll tell you what.
Vince, what about this?
Okay.
On the charcuterie
Okay,
board,
now-
you got chocolate.
Well, you know what? We're talking about wine over here. You know, wine and
Okay.
chocolate go together.
Yeah,
Now, this
but
is
we
the
can't have
Ferragamo
no-
Caressa J,
I might
right?
miss one and lose my ability to verbalize.
Yeah, exactly. We'll kind of stay away from that, but it's actually
But this
great
is
quality
really,
wine.
This is
But
really,
the chocolate is very good, isn't it?
it's very good.
Dark chocolate.
And that cheese right there on the
cheese,
charcuterie board,
It's
I found it to be quite delectable.
Yeah, well, it's golden aged cheese is how they classify this, Jackie.
Yeah.
And it's from a private selection.
Private
and
selection?
It's from central Wisconsin.
Central Wisconsin.
Okay. It's high value single farm cheese.
Single form.
Keeps its consistency, flavor, and textures. You like that texture?
Consistency, flavor, and
And
texture.
textures, yeah. So Harmony Cheese, we want to thank you for, look at all the cheese heads out here now, Jackie, because, you know, we're talking about the Packers are coming up soon with their pick. So who's next on the clock? Is it the Green
Vince,
Bay
you
Packers?
you
I
did
think?
have the ability to restock the charcuterie board, right? Don't we have more charcuterie over there?
We do, man. We do. But
Yeah, that's what I
there's
thought.
still some left here. Did you try this one?
No, I didn't try that one yet.
Oh, man. I tell you, I forgot. This is infused with spices.
Spice, infused with spices.
Infused with spices. And, see how you like this? It's like a cheddar. Of course,
What's better than this, Vince?
nothing.
Watching
Nothing
the draft,
cheddar cheese. Come on,
eating
man.
charcuterie board
Yeah,
cheese.
wine and cheese. The best, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The best.
This is water, though, Vince. This is not wine.
That's water. Yeah. Packers are going to select now, Jackie.
Packers.
They switched picks with the Jets. Oh, they got an edge rusher, Jack.
Yeah, Lucas Van Ness. I thought he was coming up. That guy can bring it, Vince. He reminds me of the kid
Iowa.
at the Raiders.
Oh, yeah.
NFL draft, the Green Bay Packers select
Wow.
Lucas Van Ness.
He can bring it, Vince. I hope they show his highlight. See, look, Vince, he's 6'5", he's 272. See, he's not an edge, Vince. He's not an edge.
No, he's a defensive end.
He's a defensive end.
Right. Boy, now there's a premium on defensive linemen, Jackie.
Oh, no
'Cause
doubt.
We've seen 4 defensive linemen already drafted in the first 12, 13 picks.
Because you see what he just did to the right guard
Yeah.
from Wisconsin?
Wow.
Look, they got the Jonas brothers up there evaluating
He's
the
got
draft. How
91.
about that?
He's got the same as J.J. Watt or
Oh, is that what they gave him, number 91?
well, I don't know.
Vince,
he's
watch what
gonna
he
wear
does.
in
Look,
Green Bay.
watch him over the left guard.
But he also
You see that
plays
move?
hockey, Jackie.
Vince, did you see the move that he just put on that left guard? You didn't see it. Then.
No, I didn't see that.
Even if you had to see it, you wouldn't have known what you were looking at, would you?
Yeah, boy, he's pretty
Would
big,
you have
too,
known? Would you have known what you were looking at?
No. Oh, well.
Vince, that was one of the sweetest moves I think I've seen watching defensive linemen.
I saw the head coach in there too, right there. Didn't you, Jackie? He was excited.
Look, 6'5", 272. That's not a little man.
6'5". That's what I'm saying. He looked pretty big.
Yeah, that's not a little man.
He's rangy. Well, he must be talking to the coaches and stuff right now because they're excited to have him.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Well, they traded up 2 slots, and the Jets slipped back 2 slots to get Aaron Rodgers. Do you think that he might have been available 2 slots later? I kind of think he may have still been available.
Yeah, but they weren't going to take the chances. They needed a guy. They needed a pass rusher there, a versatile pass rusher. Because we saw him rush more than just over the interior guys. He rushed over the outside guys as well.
Yeah.
They knew they needed a versatile pass rusher. And if these guys sitting there, they've been looking at him the whole time. If he's sitting there, why pass on him? Because you and I have agreed, Vince, that one of the critical positions in today's football is pass rush. And we talk about Aaron. There's not too many guys like Aaron Donald around there. And this guy would line up in many of the spots that Aaron Donald lines up in. And that highlight reel just showed me a very effective and a very efficient pass rusher.
Now, Jackie, there was a trade that just happened, and the New England Patriots were supposed to be the next pick.
Did it trade out?
But they traded with Pittsburgh.
Okay.
So Pittsburgh was slated to draft the 17th pick. So they moved up 3 slots. So Pittsburgh wants somebody that's available in the draft.
So they moved up to 14.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh did.
So they're going to have to probably pick.
I wonder
defensive lineman.
how many picks. You know, this is Bill Belichick's. This is so typical of him, in my opinion. Unless he has some guy up there that he knows he wants and he wants to put his hands on.
Right.
What he does historically is he gathers draft picks.
Right.
He
Stockpiles.
stockpiles draft picks because he knows that there's a bunch of guys that this in this country, this is the number 1 game in this country. And he knows that kids have been playing this game since they're 3, 4, 5 years old. And he has his eye on a couple of guys that he knows he can live with, that can help him win championships. And he won't waste the draft capital on guys that he knows he can't win with.
Yeah.
He's going to get guys that he knows he can win with regardless of where they are in the draft.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Yeah, they're still talking
lot
about
of
still talking about Van Ness there, right? Lucas Van Ness. Yeah, still talking about him.
yeah. What he's going to mean to the Green Bay Packers, huh, Jackie?
Oh, he's going to be special.
Yeah.
Look at how excited all his family.
Yeah.
13 overall.
Green Bay, and you know that's a
13 overall.
really nice place to go. I mean, those people are traditionalists in Green Bay. They love their team, Jackie.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They're gonna,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Lambeau Field. You know, it's a real tight knit family there, and so I think if he can really do well, which I think he can, I mean, he's going to be a big plus.
Now,
for
he
that
went to Iowa
franchise.
State, right?
He went to Iowa.
He went to Iowa. So, Vince, does it get cold in Iowa?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Does it get
Ames,
cold?
Iowa?
Does
Oh,
it
my
get
God.
cold in Green Bay?
Oh, yeah, again,
But think about it,
Nebraska,
Vince.
Green
Doesn't
Bay.
make sense if you were
40,
in Green
50 below.
Why would you go and draft somebody to play in Green Bay
If you're from California.
if you're from California? I want the guy from the cold weather climate that's very
yeah.
productive because he's used to it.
Yeah.
He can come in right now and start contributing.
So the pick is in. Who do you think Pittsburgh got now, Jackie?
Well,
You think they went for defense?
Tomlin.
Well, they're not going to go for a quarterback. They got their quarterback last year.
He rarely has ever, there was a great Pittsburgh Steeler linebacker who has a son in this draft that's a corner.
Oh, maybe they'll go that route. Steelers selecting 14th pick.
Oh, they drafted a big tackle, Broderick Jones from Georgia.
Tackle.
There he is right there. Oh, yeah, the big guy is getting some love.
Yeah.
It's about time.
Well,
The 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
well, Jackie, maybe you get a chance to work with Broderick.
Pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh
Look at him.
Steelers
Yeah.
Broderick Jones.
Yep.
6'5",
Offensive tackle,
311.
Georgia, man. Georgia
6'5",
got another guy.
311. Vince, watch his highlight, Vince.
Did you watch this guy play?
I watched it. Yes, of course I watched him. He played at Georgia.
Oh, look at this little
He can
punch
run.
screen.
You see,
Whoa!
you see what he did?
That was
Man,
a punch
and
screen, man.
this
He
guy-
went out
this-
there and just leveled. He loves to
This guy can run.
He pulls and just,
Oh,
boy,
my
he buries
goodness.
him.
Was that a pancake?
He buries him, man.
Was that a pancake or what?
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Pittsburgh's going to love him.
And Vince, look, you see that highlighting his lateral agility?
And
You
they
see-
play him at left tackle, Jack.
Yeah, left tackle. He locked on that defensive end, and there was no way he was getting around him. And see, another thing about this guy, Vince,
Look at him double teaming.
He's got all. No, that was a combo. He
Yeah,
came
combo,
into that
right.
guy, boom, secured him, let the guy take him over, then he came off that backer coming inside.
Yeah.
He seems like a guy that's got a lot of confidence.
Well, we're going to have to
He
send a note
plays
to
that
Broderick
way.
Jones and say, Jackie Slater's got to work with you, buddy, right now and get you ready. He'll be ready to go, Jack. You get him ready for the first game.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
One of the things that
Is that his mom? Is the mom there? I really love
Yes,
it when
yes.
they get together with the
the family, yeah,
Jackie.
yeah. The
And
little
they
ones, the
celebrate.
big
'Cause
ones.
This is a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
It's a huge,
It's a
this is
huge deal.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
He was the blind side left tackle there for, I think he started 3
Yeah.
years there. And you see, it started 19 of 32 career games. So it means Vince.
I feel
Vince,
if I was a quarterback, I feel pretty comfortable
Vince,
behind him.
all of those, the kid was D'Amico Ryan's guy, the defensive end.
Yeah.
He played against him. You think about all of the SEC defensive pass rushers that they've had over the last 32 games.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys have been legit. What did they go back to back? National champions,
Yes, yeah.
Georgia. These guys, you don't play, you don't win back-to-back national
No, I know.
championships unless you got a left tackle that's consistently blocking the SEC pass rushers from the back. Everybody features a great pass rusher from the blind side in that conference.
And you can just ask Stetson Bennett how good he
Absolutely,
is. Ask the quarterback.
absolutely.
He was never on the back. He was never on his
No,
backside.
rarely ever, and certainly
So,
not from the blind side.
And especially in the SEC, when you have all athletic style defensive edge rushers.
Right,
Jackie.
right.
I mean, you got to be on top of your game.
So that's good.
So-
That's good to see the big guys getting some
Yep.
love. The big guys getting some love.
Well, Jackie, that's
How about the Jonas Brothers, Vince? The Jonas Brothers with the great voices and the moves and the dancing and the entertaining. These guys are obviously football fans.
oh yeah, they
They're
perform.
obviously football fans. That's the Jonas Brothers up there talking football. How about that? I like them even more now. I like the Jonas Brothers even more now that I know they know this game.
Yeah. Okay, they're talking about the trade,
Yeah.
Jackie, with
Jets
the
and Green
Packers
Bay.
and the Jets. That's what this swap is, and I think the Jets are on the board now. And Jackie, we talked about this Aaron Rodgers trade, how important it is for the Jets, and this guy is, the epitome of what you want at quarterback because he knows how to win. He's been such a great statistical quarterback if you just look at stats, but more important than the stats, Jackie, it's his charisma, it's his way he interacts with the players on the team. He's friendly to work with. He's quirky because he's not arrogant, but he's got suave. You know what I mean, Jack? He's got some charisma and
plenty suave. There's no doubt
being
about that.
the MVP, being a winner of a Super Bowl, Jackie, being the most prolific QBR quarterback in the last 10 years. I mean, he has it all.
Yeah.
How
many times was he named league MVP?
Oh, probably 2 or 3, probably.
I want to say 4, Vince.
Possibly. It could be.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of success with a lot of different people over the years.
And you talk about what they had to give up for him. I think, my personal opinion is the Jets got the best of that deal. And the Jets are on the board now. Who do they draft for Aaron Rodgers? Are they going to give him some help, or are they going to go on defense? You have Robert Saleh is the coach, and he's defensive-minded coach, Jackie.
Definitely. He drafted Sauce Gardner.
Available?
Sauce Gardner, the corner, who was an All-Pro as a rookie, was who they drafted a year ago. Now, does he add another piece to his defense? Maybe in the corner on the other side, that's a really good one available.
Well, we got to find out
does he build more into his offensive line? He went out and acquired a guy named Laken Tomlinson from the San Francisco 49ers. And Laken Tomlinson went there as their starting left guard. He was a first-round pick about 8 years ago out of Duke. And he is a leader. He's a technically sound player. And
either offensive.
He's physically dominant.
Offensive line, Jackie, or tight end. I mean, I think because, the Jets were pretty stable on defense last year. I mean, they got a pretty darn stout defense.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think if maybe they're going to have to consider that they got some weapons on offense now. Well, what about the receiver from Ohio State? He might be a big help.
Nigby.
Yeah,
he might
be the guy.
He might be the guy.
Let's see what they're going to do. I think they probably
Jigba is his name.
Yeah, my guess he's going to go offense. Got a lot of Jets fans there.
You know what?
Jackie.
If they add a linebacker to this team,
the Jets?
Yes, their defense now. You remember what happened when the Jets came here 2 years ago and the Rams won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, they took on the Jets. They took on the Rams.
You couldn't name 5 guys on the Jets defensive roster.
No.
And they just really, really did a great job against the Rams offense that day. So this is an up-and-coming team with a lot of talented young guys because they haven't played great football events, so they've been drafting well. They've had to draft high-quality picks because they get the opportunity to do it.
Well, last year they went.
So they're all celebrating there, and I'm kind of curious as to who it was that they added to this.
They got their pick in. They
got it in, and everybody's excited about it. So let's see who it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise for me would be Jackson Smith and Jigba. At this point, he's the number 1 wide receiver.
You hear that?
I'm saying we just talked about him.
That's surprising to me too, Vince.
Why,
because
receiver
look at how they're paying the guys. Look at how they're paying the wide receivers now.
Yeah.
You telling me that we got to go this many picks into the draft before you get
a wide receiver?
One of the most sought-after positions in today's football.
2 running backs, no wide receivers.
No wide receiver. That's a little bit of a surprise. But those backs are very special too. They're like wide receivers, I
think they're going to go somebody on offense, either an offensive lineman, the wide receiver we talked about from Ohio State, or a tight end,
or the DB from Oregon.
Yeah, the pick is in. They're going to make that announcement here in a sec.
I resent when a commentator says outside of the skill positions is there any other position that we should consider?
Come on, there's a lot of positions.
Well,
to
see,
consider.
the thing that I take exception to, Vince, is
Yeah.
that what that young lady just implied is that being a blocker, an offensive lineman, or a defensive lineman doesn't
There's no value.
require as much skill to be successful.
Oh, okay.
I really resent that.
We better
Because
send her a letter.
There is more
Better
skill
send her a
involved
note.
there's more skill involved in playing an offensive
Exactly.
line than most other positions.
I wish she could come and attend one of your training sessions, Jackie, and just to hear the verbiage that goes on.
It's
But
unbelievable.
I think she'd wake up and then understand that's a lot of skill involved.
It's lingo. It's
But
the
they
lingo.
do mention skill players as like receivers, quarterbacks, running backs.
Right. And what skill is associated with running as fast as you can and changing
Yeah,
direction?
well, that's true too.
You got to do it a little bit, but
Right.
if you can't catch the ball, that's no good.
That's right. Because all that speed, we don't have good hands. Okay. Jets fans.
How about that, huh? Got that little kid up there. He's excited. Look, Kyle Stickles.
Hey, man, Kyle, he's a Jets fan, that kid.
Yeah, he got his green tie on.
he
This.
does.
Oh, he was a cancer survivor. Last day of
Way to
chemo.
go, Kyle.
How about that, huh?
Nice job, buddy.
That's cool. NFL does a great job with human interest stories
They do.
and come alongside people that have had their different struggles.
Yes.
They've been that way ever since I can remember, Vince. I think it's good for business, but it's great.
Make-A-Wish
It's great for the
Foundation,
country.
Jackie, is a great organization.
It's great for the country, Vince.
Yeah,
that supports the life-changing wishes that
Yeah.
Make-A-Wish grants.
great idea.
For World Wish Day, only a couple days away, I'm joined by Kyle Stickles, a Make-A-Wish kid who battled and overcame bone cancer.
How about that?
Wow,
huh?
that's great. Fantastic. He's going to make the announcement for the Jets.
Is to announce the first round pick of his favorite team, the New York Jets.
Kyle was pumped
I'd
up.
like all of you to join me in cheering on Kyle as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Kyle.
All right, Kyle, make that announcement, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight. With the 15th pick
All right,
in the
15.
2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets.
That's what they say during the game.
Oh, Will
Linebacker,
McDonald.
Jackie.
Will McDonald.
Iowa State.
Yeah, he's a good player, Vince. See, you see him over there. He can get after the quarterback. You know, the interesting
Yeah.
thing, you see, Vince, you see what his title is? Edge.
Okay.
You see?
Right.
Now,
They move him around then, Jackie.
yeah, they move him around, but they list him as a linebacker, but his position is edge. So this guy is a pass rusher. He's a pass rusher.
Right.
He's a bit undersized. You know, I think as he transitions
Yeah.
to the NFL,
How much does size make a difference being an edge rusher, Jackie, or is it just the speed and your agility? And
Do
how
you
get
remember
to the
Derek
quarterback?
Thomas? Do you remember Derek
Derek
Thomas?
Thomas, yeah.
Yes. He has the record for most sacks in a game.
Right. Not
What
very
a-
big guy.
Not very big guy. And I played against Derek
Yeah.
in Kansas City. He and Neil Smith were one heck of a combination of players together. Power, speed. And this guy, what he might have weighed I don't know what he weighed, but he wasn't that big.
220.
He wasn't that big, Vince.
No, I know.
But Vince, I'm telling you right now, if you blink your eyes like that, he was going by you. He was just that quick and fast.
Thomas.
Yes, he was unbelievable,
He's not a similar
unbelievably
player.
quick. Unbelievably quick. And when you think about a guy that's quick and fast like that with strength, you know, big guys who aren't technically sound, who are very inefficient, who just throwing their bodies all over the place, not anticipating rush, those guys get taken advantage of. Not because they're not strong enough to handle him, but because they're not fleet of foot enough to get in position to finish the block against a guy like that.
Well, we have
He's one of those guys that I wouldn't want to have to deal with personally.
well, Washington's picked ends already. That was quick. But we have a question here, Jackie, from
Will McDonald.
from Bakers. Also, Who are you looking that would be a steal late in the draft? Well, my guy would be the receiver from Ohio State right now. He's not been picked.
Yes.
I mean, Will Levis is sitting there, Jackie, a little perturbed and probably a little disappointed he didn't get picked early.
Njigba.
But he's going to get picked. But
Njigba would be his name. Njigba. Jackson Smith Njigba.
And I like this kid from TCU. Jackie's a wide receiver. Can I see your list a second? This list here, I'll tell you who it is. This guy is a find. I'll tell you who. His name is Quentin Johnson.
And
He's a wide receiver. He's 6'4", 215 pounds.
Yeah, okay. Tall, lean guy.
Tall, lean from TCU.
Yeah, okay.
I like him a lot.
You like the tall receivers?
I like this kid because this kid, he's a game breaker.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay, so Vince, does he get in and out of his breaks? Usually those receivers, when they get too tall and lanky, they don't change direction quite as well.
Yep.
His weight indicates that he might be able to do that, however. He might be quick enough to change direction.
But the way the rules are today, though, Jackie, if you got tight coverage, I'm going to throw the ball at that receiver. And if he's got range, he's going to the ball belongs to the receiver. The defensive back cannot touch the receiver unless he's going for the ball.
Right.
And most of them are out of position. And so I think he's dynamic. I think he can make a lot of big plays. Separation-wise, he's big and rangy. I can throw the ball, he can separate and get the ball.
Yeah.
He's done it
in
college.
It seems like one of his strengths would be high pointing the ball, against most DBs aren't, when they talk about a DB being 6'1", he's tall then.
Yeah.
Most DBs are shorter guys, quick guys that can change direction, and long guys isn't usually a part of who they are. But it seems to me that a big, tall receiver, lean guy like this can push the DBs up the field. The ball is thrown high. They're going to certainly be able to out-jump the guys that are shorter and whatnot. And it seems like to me that's what that kind of receiver, that's where his strengths would be.
Yeah, certainly a different type of receiver than Cooper Kupp or something like that that's on the inside that has maneuverability, Jackie, understands, reads the defense, knows where to go with the ball. Yeah, that's a different type of receiver. I'm talking about outside receiver.
You're talking about a guy that's flat up go.
Yeah, or just cross the middle, do a quick screen to him outside, a little quick hitch, and he just take care of the defender and move on. I mean, that dominance on the outside is a big deal. So, still have Will Levis would he go to the Washington Commanders?
It's interesting, Vince, that you thought Will Levis might be the top pick in the draft, didn't you?
No, I didn't really think so.
I'm almost sure you did.
No.
Yes, you did, my friend.
No,
you
Jackie,
said you liked him in the top.
No. I saw
in
him
the
talking,
top.
talking to Frank Wright a lot. I thought there might be a connection.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
But no, I only like C.J. Stroud. He's my number one guy. I like Henderson. I think he's more developmental, Jackie, down the road.
Oh, you think he needs a little bit more time?
He needs time, Jackie.
How would you compare him to the quarterback at Pittsburgh that was a rookie a year ago?
No, that kid right now can play. He's got less. Yeah, he's got more upside, I think.
Who's got more upside?
The kid from Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Washington, I think
the Commanders.
The Commanders. They might get the quarterback there. We'll see. They have a selection. They've already made their pick, huh, Jackie?
This is the 16th pick, yeah. What do they need there in Washington?
Washington Redskins. The Redskins. That's not the Redskins anymore,
No,
Jack.
it's not the Redskins, Vince. It's the Commanders.
It's the Commanders.
Okay, Vince,
right.
Look. Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State.
Cornerback.
That's the second defensive.
Ron Rivera going for defense.
Yeah, absolutely.
All these defensive-minded coaches
Yeah,
going
they're
for
gonna
defense.
go. They're gonna go for defense. Look at him, Vince.
Yeah.
Look at how long he is right there. It looks long and lanky,
he
doesn't
does.
it? Look at his arms. Playmaker, skinny frames,
Yeah.
Samari Roll type is the guy that he reminds you of. Emmanuel Forbes. He was the 2022 second team Associated Press All-American. Oh, he's quick, Vince.
Yeah.
He's quick.
He's got good fundamentals, Jackie, as a corner.
Aggressive too.
Yeah.
If you're playing corner
Look
anymore.
at that. Look at that corner edge, corner blitz.
If you're playing corner anymore nowadays, you have got to be able to tackle.
Look at him intercept that ball.
You got to be able to come up and put big wood on people, as a corner.
You have to be instinctive, Jackie, too, and I think he does have some great instincts back there. But
Emmanuel Forbes, Mississippi State. How about that?
Yeah. Oh, Washington. A lot of people happy there in Washington, going crazy there, Jackie.
Yeah, I see.
He'll help that secondary. That's for sure.
Boom. So there he goes. Making tackles, man.
Instinct. Yeah. Okay. We do have an Instagram question. Let's see. Is that the one with the big homie? Is the big homie. Jackie, we got a question from the big homie here with IG. Any expectations for the Rams this coming season?
Any expectations for the Rams?
We got a lot of Ram fans out there, Jackie.
Well, and that's good. That's really good. We have a lot of Rams fans. And, Vince, one of the reasons why we have a lot of Rams fans is because the Rams have only been back in town, 5, 6 years. They were gone for a couple of decades, and a lot of people grew up, being Raider fans, Charger fans, and so on and so forth. So I don't blame people for wondering how their newfound Super Bowl champion is going to do 2 years after winning the Super Bowl. I don't know exactly what they're going to get, but I know this. They are committed to the coach that they have, Sean McVay. The young man has proven that he is capable of building a championship quality football team with the talent that you are able to allow him to, the pieces that you are able to allow him to get. And what I anticipate is Les Snead and his staff having had meeting after meeting after meeting with Sean McVay, and Sean McVay has said, I need this, I need that, I want this, I need that, I got to have this and that, and they're going to go about the business with these 11 picks, starting with the 36th pick in this particular draft, and they're going to acquire all of what Sean McVay feels he needs to get this football team back competitive and playing at a high level, even though they're going to be a bunch of young players. So, I think Vince and I are convinced that Sean McVay is the guy to be leading this football team as they go through this revamping or reemerging, whatever it is that they are calling it. It is different. It is new. But certainly one of the things that we know is that this organization has the people in place to build a championship quality football team. Now they're just going to be doing it with younger guys. Now they're just going to be doing it with guys that got to grow up a little bit quicker. And then, as you see, there's a lot of first-round picks that are falling lower and lower and lower and lower. A lot of guys
might be available in the
a lot of
round.
guys that we thought would be gone now are sitting there at the picking for the Rams in that pick. And I happen to believe that guy, whoever he is going to be an impact player right away, Vince.
So I think it's back to the drawing board. Really, when you talk about the Rams, I think they're going to go back to fundamental football. I think Sean McVay's got a lot of work.
Did you see who the Patriots just got?
The Patriots just got Christian Gonzalez.
That's the best. A lot of people.
From Oregon.
A lot of people thought he was the best.
Number one ranked.
They thought he was the best pure cover corner in this draft.
Well, that's a
Bill Belichick thing that he just did right there.
That's a position that the Packers, that the Patriots really rely on.
They covet that
being
position.
A smart player. Now this kid must be a smart player, Jackie, because they are probably the most sophisticated defense in the NFL.
Right.
The way they play it. So he does have a knack for the ball.
And Vince, I'll tell you another thing that happened. Don't be surprised if he doesn't come out, this kid, have a great year at corner.
Yeah.
And then next year they do what they did with Devin McCourty.
Move him to safety.
Move him to safety. And he became arguably the best safety in the AFC for a number of years.
Well, the brothers were great.
Oh, they both were. And they brought the one brother in to play with the lifelong Patriot, Devin. They brought him in and they won the Super Bowl against the Rams. You remember that?
Right.
So this kid right here, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't end up replacing Devin McCourty in a similar role. He's obviously going to prove to be a smart guy because you're talking about looking at the Wonderlic and you're talking about looking at this new mental acumen evaluation plan that they have. They're going to, Bill Belichick has looked at that because he don't bring guys in that can't think on their feet.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that I have learned following them. Those guys are smart. They can play versatile. They can play a lot of different spots, and they're usually guys that are really solid people that can really, really come in and understand the motto there, which is just do your job.
Yeah.
Figure out what your job is and just do your job.
He looks like a perfect fit for Belichick's defense, Jackie.
He certainly does.
He's got all the attributes that he needs. He can come up and defend the run if he has to. He can defend the pass. He appears as if he's got the intellect that's going to be necessary to play those multiple positions and the multiple disguises that they use all the time in their secondary. But back to the question about the Rams, it's back to square one, Jackie. And I think the main thing for all us Ram fans is to be patient with this team, because when you made a commitment to get the kind of players you wanted to go to a Super Bowl
and win it,
you have to take the good with the bad sometimes. And so we're going to have to look at this team as in a rebuilding process, and it's back to the fundamentals. And I know Sean McVay understands that, and he's going to go back into big teaching and is going to teach the entire system over and over again. And, I think they're ahead of the game with their offensive line coach. Jackie and I both agree. He comes from a great background, some great understudy that he's been with, some great coaches that he's learned from. And I think he's going to bring a world of difference to the offensive line, the way they play. And I think with that in mind, that will definitely help the Rams. And defensively, they have to rebuild, but they have the nucleus of the players that they're going to need. And that's beginning with Aaron Donald. So if you're a Rams fan, hang in there. You still got one of the great quarterbacks. You still got one of the great defensive linemen in the game.
Arguably the best
great
receivers.
receiver. So, there are some key players that we have. We just have to build an entire team around those guys to move on. And the best teams are the ones that play great.
And then one other thing, Vince, to Ram fans that you have to understand, and this is what I believe management, Les Snead, Sean McVay, all of these guys are banking on, is that we're sitting here watching the NFL draft. And we're sitting here watching some of the best players in our country not get their name calls while they were sitting there anticipating getting their name calls at some point in time. It just hadn't happened to this point. So it tells you about the saturation of talent in the country of quality football players that want to have an opportunity to play in the National Football League. And the thing that's so central for us, all of us to understand, especially Ram fans, is that they're not going to bring a guy, not one single guy in here, Vince, who doesn't realize that this is a unique opportunity and is not looking forward to taking advantage of it. With the average career in the National Football League spanning less than 3.5 years, it's 3.2 years, I think, is the average time that you play this game, that all of these young men understand that they have to make their mark and make it now. Make your mark and make it now. And so the urgency involved with making an NFL roster is something that I think the Rams are banking on, and I believe that is going to prove itself by the talent that they get from supposedly the leftovers to bring in here and do the particular jobs that Sean McVay and his staff are going to be looking for. That's going to be critical, and if you can understand what those jobs are and load yourself up from this talent pool, bring those guys in, they're going to act just like the first and second round picks. Maybe not do it quite as fast or quite as powerfully, but they're going to do it because they know this is their opportunity to realize their dreams. And that's the thing that I think we're all banking on relative to seeing the Rams turn their program around.
Well, the Detroit Lions, Jackie, their pick is in and everybody's clapping.
Is that right? Let's find out who it is.
Who are they going to go for now?
Let's see who they went.
Will Levis is still available, but would they pick another quarterback with Jared Goff?
I don't think they would, Vince. Do you?
No.
I think that whoever the guy is, he's going to be tough, and he's going to have the ability to bite you in the knee.
Offensive lineman.
Bite you in the knee and kick you in the shin.
Well, they've got to play for Dan Campbell.
Yeah, Dan Campbell said, we're going to do whatever it takes to win. We're going to bite you in the knee and kick you in the shin.
There's Roger Goodell. He's announcing it now. What do you think? Can I get somebody to help Jared Goff or go defense? Another defensive-minded coach.
You got to get maybe another playmaker. Let's see. Up. Linebacker. Jack Campbell from Iowa.
Well, they go on defense.
They got a linebacker, an off-the-ball linebacker. He's an off-the-ball linebacker,
Yeah.
Vince.
He's a true linebacker.
Yeah, he's an off-the-ball linebacker.
6'4".
See, they're comparing him
250.
They're comparing him to Leighton Vander Esch.
Oh.
They're comparing him to Leighton Vander
Vander
Esch,
Esch.
the linebacker at the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Now, you know he's
Is
probably
he that rangy though, Jackie?
Yeah,
Because he looks more like
apparently,
a Dick Butkus.
it
type
looked
to
like
me.
he got over there pretty quickly on that play. So good inside, good instinctive inside interior
Dan
linebackers.
Campbell's gonna like that guy.
Vince, good instinctive inside middle linebackers are hard to find.
Right.
There are not very many Bobby Wagners.
He's interior. He's
There-
not outside.
No,
He's interior.
there are not very many Bobby Wagners
No, that's
this-
true.
out there. This guy's got to deal with people like me. He's got to be able to cover backs. He's got to be able to drop in the flat, cover maybe linebackers, and then he got to be able to stick his nose in the middle of that line of scrimmage and deal with some of these big backs
Jackie,
there.
what impresses me about this kid that the Detroit Lions, this Jack Campbell they just picked from Iowa,
Mm-hmm.
is that he has size. He's 6'4", almost 6'5", 250, Jackie,
That's
but
a
he
big-
can run.
that's a
He
big-
can move. So not only can he's a Butkus Award winner. I told you he looked like Dick Butkus.
That's
There's
what you
Dick
said.
Butkus'
That's what you
jersey
said.
over there, right behind you. But what I see in him though, Jackie, is he can mess around at the line of scrimmage if he wants to. He's big enough. He's not going to get moved around as much.
But let me ask you
and
this
he
question.
can run
Vince.
from sideline to sideline.
Vince, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How many 6'4" middle linebackers have you seen?
Not too many.
Jack Lambert was tall, but he wasn't that heavy.
Yeah, right. He was
And
thin,
he wasn't.
tall, and lanky.
And Jack Lambert, the Hall of Famer from Pittsburgh, he didn't weigh as much as this guy
That's why
was.
he looks more like a Butkus to me.
This guy's 6'4".
6'4", 6'5",
He's 6'5", a middle linebacker.
249, 250 pounds.
That reminds you of the guys like Harry Carson and Gary Reasons
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Bill
right.
Parcells and Belichick drafted at the New York Giants over the years. Big physical guys. They could put the wood on you if you're an offensive
That's
lineman.
what happens to a team that has 2 draft picks in the first round, Jackie. They start beefing up their team.
Yeah.
Look at the depth they're going to start to begin to have.
Well, they definitely got some beef with
This
that
guy.
guy.
He looks like a Dick
know, the
Butkus
thing
to
that
me,
comes-
man. He looks.
I mean, look at him. He looks like the
My
most recent
goodness.
Hall of Famer. There's what was the young man's name? I ought to be ashamed of myself, but he was the big linebacker like this that played with the Bears. I can't think of his name right now. But he was a big, talented guy, could run all over the place.
No, you're not talking Singletary. He's a little guy.
No,
but,
not Singletary. He came
Oh,
out.
outside.
He came
yeah, I
after
know what you're talking
Singletary.
about.
Maybe one of our fans can go and look at the
Yeah, I don't
the
know.
last Chicago Bear middle linebacker to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Very talented guy.
Yeah, right. We'll ask a question to our fans out there. They'll chime in and give us the answer real
Yeah.
quick. We're getting a bunch of requests here.
In fact, is there something we can give to somebody if they answer that question?
Yeah. How about we send them a bottle of wine, Ferragamo wine or something?
How about that? That's a great idea.
Yeah.
So the question
Okay.
is, who is the last Chicago Bear middle linebacker to be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame who was very close to this recent draftee of the Chicago Bears? If you can answer
No,
that question.
of the Detroit Lions.
of the Detroit Lions. If you can answer that.
who received the Butkus Award.
He received the Buckets Award. And if you can answer that question, we're going to send you a bottle of Vince Ferragamo's
wine. That's
wine.
right. Here it is, by the way.
Is that
Jackie, you
is that
didn't- you
Vanessa
didn't try
J?
it.
Is
This
that Carissa?
Carissa J? Yeah.
Carissa
this
J.
This is a Super Tuscan, Jackie.
That is really
2019.
really
Beautiful.
nice.
Got the cork. Even the cork. Did you see the cork?
No, I didn't
You
see
didn't
the
see
cork.
the cork. See,
No,
it
let me
says
see.
F on it for Ferragamo.
Yeah, Ferragamo.
Yeah,
Yes,
Vince Ferragamo
indeed.
Vineyards.
So if you can answer that question,
Right
guys,
from Orange County. Well, it's
you're
nice
going to get a
wine.
bottle of
Gold
this
medal.
wine. How about that?
All right, we'll wait to get the response back. And they better hurry up because we may be closing out after the Chargers pick their guy.
Oh, Tampa drafted Kalijah Cansey.
Defensive tackle.
Yeah,
Pittsburgh.
6'1", 281. Well, you know, he came. A lot of people. He's from Pittsburgh, where Aaron Donald went,
Yeah.
and a lot of people are comparing him to Aaron Donald, not favorably, but they're comparing him to Aaron Donald because he plays a similar game. He's not really a real big guy. He weighs 281 pounds. He's explosively quick.
Not Brian Urlacher, is it?
Brian Urlacher.
Well, we got a guy who did
Did we
it.
have somebody call that in?
Nicholas Putnam.
All right, Mr. Putnam,
Okay,
you.
we got to respond. Okay, Alex, we got to respond to Nicholas Putnam. We got to send him a bottle of wine.
That's right.
Great job,
All
Nicholas.
right. Nicholas, you're gonna love. If you're a
I
wine
knew
geek,
that
you're gonna
was
love it.
it just
Brian
slipped-
Urlacher. How come we couldn't think of that?
I just couldn't think of who it was, Nicholas. Thank you very much. You just earned
That
yourself
was
a bottle of
fast,
wine. It was.
That was fast. That was a good question.
Thanks
Jackie.
a lot. We need more fans like that
How
to
many
call
more
in
bottles
and
of wine
help
we
us
gonna have
old
to give
guys when
away?
we can't
I know,
remember these
man.
names.
There you
Vince.
go. Tell you what.
Now I like this Clancy guy. I really like him because
He's from Pittsburgh, right?
He's from Pittsburgh, and
Yeah.
look at him, Vince. Look at his quickness. That's a little bit like Aaron Donald.
He's defensive line.
The
right?
same kind of size, not too big, not too
at him.
small, but explosive. See his lineup on the nose right there.
Oh, man.
Boom! Oh, did you see that? You know, they're talking about Aaron Donald right now as they watch this
now
guy.
See, he's another Aaron Donald. That's what they need. Oh, he's quick.
Yeah, he's very quick. Tackle. See, a lot of people don't factor in. You know, you like to talk about the
But
sacks,
watch his hands, though,
the
Jack.
sacks, the pressures,
The
sacks,
hands,
the pressures,
man.
the sacks, the pressures. But what about the tackles
hands.
for losses?
You can't block him.
What about the tackles for losses, Vince? You're looking at his highlight
I
right
know
here.
it.
We've seen at least 4 plays with him tackling backs in the backfield before they get to the line of scrimmage.
Wow.
How about that?
You can't block him one-on-one. He's like Aaron Donald.
Absolutely.
Well, that's going to have Tampa. I think Todd Bowles will love that addition there.
What was the
He can
young
help
man?
him.
What was the young man's name that called in with Brian Urlacher's name that we're gonna have to send the bottle of wine
The
to?
guy's name was Nicholas Putnam.
Nicholas Putnam. Congratulations, Nicholas.
Nicholas
You know, Nicholas, just so you know, his
What is
name
it-
was
what
on the
does
tip.
it say?
His name was on the tip of my tongue. But I needed you, Nicholas, to call in and
He
tell me
did. He
exactly.
was like Brian Urlacher. Now
Yes,
that
exactly.
he mentioned it,
Exactly. That's who I was thinking. I just couldn't think we
right.
needed Nick to call in and
I
tell
said he
us.
looked like Dick Butkus, but yeah, Brian Urlacher.
Yeah,
For
absolutely.
more recent.
He
More recent.
even looked like Brian Urlacher, you know, thin in the
Yeah.
hair, you know, all of that.
Nicholas probably would have wanted that Butkus jersey there, but I mean, you know.
Oh, I don't know.
no, that's that's.
We better keep the
That's a
jersey.
charity
Let's send him
thing.
to
Yeah,
Carissa. Let's send
We're
him to-
going to send him a
I
bottle.
think
of
he'll
wine.
enjoy the
Yeah.
Carissa J.
Yeah, this bottle here.
Yeah.
He's
Send
gonna like
him
this
that
bottle.
Carissa J. I've had that, you know.
2019 Nicholas, by the way.
I have Carissa J at home. I think I have 2 or 3 bottles left.
Now, if
I
you-
think I had was it the 18?
No, we didn't have an 18.
Was it- what was it, 17?
Because it got so
What was
hot,
it? What
burned
was
up all the grapes.
Yeah,
you had a 15.
I had a 15.
15 was a gold medal winner.
Yeah.
Now this one is very elegant, Jackie. It's not really heavy. It's not like a full-bodied Cabernet, but there's 80% Sangiovese and 20% Cabernet in this wine.
So it's
grown
smooth.
in Orange County.
It's smooth.
It's more elegant. It's more refined.
Yes, absolutely.
It's got that acidity, it's tonicity. You know, just enough. Goes great with Italian food. Any kind of pastas. You know, Sangiovese grape is the most versatile wine to drink with any kind of food you eat. So if you want to eat a pasta, maybe a
Steak.
fish pasta with
The last time I popped the cork on that, I had a steak.
It'll go with a steak. But, you know, more specifically, it goes with the lighter type of foods, Jackie, like eggplant parmesan or, you know, some chicken dish or something like that. Or a spaghetti marinara, you know, or even spaghetti meatballs, whatever you like.
But like I said,
sure
the
you'll
last
like
time I had it with a steak.
Yeah,
You can have all
you,
those.
that's it, man,
You
the
can have
steak.
all those pomeronis and all of that stuff. I want a steak with my wine, man. Oh boy. Well, congratulations, man. Appreciate
Yeah,
you
thank
calling
you.
in. That was on the tip of my tongue. I needed you to help us out with that.
So, you know, the Seattle Seahawks, the last team with 2 picks in the first round, Jackie, they're on the clock now.
Yeah.
So the first pick, they didn't go for a quarterback. You think they go for Will Levis here?
Well, you know, you were the one that made me start thinking that they would go for a quarterback.
They went for the first pick. They went for a cornerback. Remember?
Yeah, I know. But
Yeah.
but you were the one that made me start thinking because they just signed their All-Pro.
Well, I know, but I mean, they signed him for 1 year, Jackie. They signed him 3 years, but it's 1 year. They're looking at his projection now.
Yeah.
If he continues to produce like
and
he
get
did,
better.
yeah, that's Geno Smith.
Right.
But if Geno falters, I mean, who's the
They-
quarterback of the future?
I have no
Geno's
idea.
up, aging up.
I have no idea even who their backup is right now, Ben.
Geno Smith, Drew Lock is the other.
Okay, Drew
quarterback
Lock.
they have.
So I would agree with you. A quarterback is.
I think a quarterback is something here, and they're kind of featuring.
Look, is that
Will
at
Levis right
Alabama,
now.
Vince? Is that a picture? Yeah, that's the Alabama football team sitting there watching
Oh,
Bryce.
yeah, the first pick.
They're
yeah.
sitting there watching him become the first pick.
Yeah.
How about that, huh?
Now that's backing right there. There's a lot.
Oh,
of
they
people
got the
right there.
whole
Got your
team in
back.
there, man.
Yeah.
And well, he wasn't the
That was
only
pretty nice.
he wasn't the only Alabama
No,
player
No,
obviously.
the third pick. In the draft,
Absolutely,
Anderson was.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So they're sitting there watching their boys that they've been battling with for the last 4 years, some of them, go in the first
Yeah.
3 picks of the NFL draft.
Well, they had
that had to be
they had
special.
a running back, a quarterback,
That's right.
an edge rusher.
That's right.
Anybody else you can recall in
Did
the
they,
first
well,
20
the,
picks?
the first
They've
tack-
had
the
3
tackle was
Alabama.
from Georgia. The tackle was from Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia's had the defensive line, the offensive tackle.
Did they have a wide receiver?
No,
Or was it
I think 2.
Two.
Georgia's had 2. So Seattle's going to have to come up pretty quick, Jackie. They have 33 seconds to declare. Well, we'll see what. And the Chargers will be next up, Jackie.
Oh, yeah.
So-
What do you think, Vince? You think they're going to try to get a running back? I mean, what they've been doing with Austin Eckler for the last
The
couple
running
of
backs
months.
have gone already.
What they've been doing with Austin Eckler for the last couple of months now, it's.
Well, they're going to keep Austin Eckler. They got to keep Austin Eckler. He's.
But he wants a raise, then they don't want to give it to him.
Well, it's going to happen
Did you tell me he scored 63 touchdowns in the last?
6 years. Yes, and
That's
he
a
led
lot
the
of
team
touchdowns.
with 5 touchdown receptions this past year.
And he
He
had
beat Keenan Allen. He beat the rest. Mike Williams beat them all.
13 rushing touchdowns
Exactly.
with 915 yards
He's
rushing.
all purpose. He's the whole team.
Vince, he caught 107 balls from Justin Herbert.
They probably need
How-
to go a defense, a lineman.
Now I can see
Chargers.
I can see you augmenting his play by getting somebody else, but I can't see you telling him to seek a trade.
I think
What?
No, that's his spot. He's good. Just like I said, Lamar Jackson.
They gave him permission to seek a trade.
I know, but you know.
Does it make sense that you would tell a 63 touchdown guy to seek a trade?
Well, they're saying, hey, look, this is what we gave you. No one else is going to give you any more. But I think it's going to work out.
Why
for him.
not make him happy, Vince? What's wrong with that?
Well,
Is
no,
there anything wrong with that?
They're
Nice.
going to make him happy. Don't worry. They're going to make him happy, just like they made Lamar Jackson happy. Don't worry.
They did they ever make Lamar happy? Wait a
Lamar
minute.
Jackson happy?
Now that's
Highest
did they ever
paid contract in professional football.
think about it, Vince? And he
$270 million.
and Vince, he did not have to pay 3% to an agent.
What's that say to the league, Jackie, to all these young players coming out? Do they need a rep? We said all along he needs professional
you
help.
need a rep. You need and but
He
you
didn't need one.
Vince,
he got a
Vince,
contract.
but that was such a high profile situation in my opinion that there was no way they were not going to put him in the categories
he
of
saved
some of the
$8
best.
million.
Absolutely. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti to be saving, you know?
Oh, man. Seahawks, they selected somebody, but they got a group of people to make this announcement, Jackie. Jackie, what things do you watch when you watch a football game? What do you look at? What do you pay attention to?
You mean relative to the
To a
offensive football play?
Yeah, whatever. Are you
Well,
looking at defense, offense?
Let's hear this
Okay.
pick. Let's hear this pick from Roger Goodell,
Okay.
Seahawks.
Seahawks are champions of growing the game of football at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth. These young men and women embody the NFL values of respect,
Will Levitz?
integrity, resiliency,
What do
and
you think?
responsibility to their teams. Congratulations.
Hey, there's that wide receiver.
Oh, wow.
There's
they
that
did
wide
got him.
receiver from Ohio State, Jackson Smith
Okay.
and Jigba.
That was the question we asked. Who's
That was the question we asked, who was going to get in Jigba.
Well, they got another good wide receiver there for Geno Smith.
In the 2023 NFL
Yeah.
the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson and Jigba, wide receiver,
Yeah.
Ohio State.
Ohio State.
How about that? Yes. And now they have.
I thought he was going to go with his buddy C.J. Stroud
Yeah.
to Houston.
They've got
They
two,
got their defense.
They got 2 good receivers there now. 2 good
Yeah.
possession type guys. Who can catch,
Yeah, they do.
Run after the catch.
Well, you know, you have an aging receivers with the Seattle Seahawks, Jackie. So they gotta upgrade that.
Yeah.
Some get some youth in there.
And they just did.
Yeah,
They just
this
did.
kid's good. Very, very good. He's going to be a big help for the Seattle team.
The thing that I remember about this guy when we watched him during games at Ohio State was how smart he was as a route runner. It seems like he was always running the open spaces and away from cover.
Did you see him set up that defender right there, Jackie?
Yeah.
So it's not sometimes it's the result of how you achieve, the finality of what you're trying to finish. And so how do you get to it from point A to point B?
Yeah, his dad was a baseball player.
Very clever receiver. Yep.
How about that?
Yeah. Pride is a big thing with him. Respect.
Yeah.
This respect is something that's so important to young kids today. Respect your elders, respect your coaches, respect your teammates and your opponents.
Respect the game enough to do what you have to do.
You're not bigger than the game, Jackie.
That's right. Respect the game enough to do what you have to do to bring your best every week.
Right.
That's showing respect to the game.
That's it. And look at this guy over the head catch. He's got great control.
Oh, they showed his highlight.
Great awareness.
They showed his highlight during the week.
Now that's my little grandson's move right there.
Oh, it is? He like that? Javier got that dance down?
Gotta do that dance,
all right.
man. Gotta do that dance. So this is going to be a big help for Seattle. Seattle got their corner and their receiver.
Yeah.
So they'll be going against each other in practice every day, getting each other better, Jackie.
Right.
These two guys. That corner he's got and this receiver. Coming out of the draft, I think they're the two best. Jackie, who do you like of the Chargers? Oh, we were talking about when you watch a game. You know what I do when I watch a game?
No.
When I'm watching TV, I look at what offensive formation. It all starts from the fundamental aspect of what formation you're in. Because a lot of times that will dictate what you're going to do, run, pass, type of pass play. Now look at the defense. I figure out what kind of defense, because of what my formation is, what kind of motion's happening, what the defense coverage is. When it's a pass play, I try to envision where the pass is going to be thrown by the quarterback. And that's how my process happens. And then the completion of the play, obviously, the rest is athleticism and what happens with the play. What do you watch? You watch interior line?
Well, I honestly wish I could tell you that I didn't, Vince, because I think that microscopic view that I have it lends itself for success in the box, but it doesn't, I don't view the whole picture like you would, or like an offensive coordinator, like one of the great minds, Sean McVay would. Right. So what I do when I walk to the line of scrimmage, the first thing I do is I look at the formation. I want to see if there are two backs in the backfield, one back in the backfield. If there are two backs in the backfield, particularly on a two-point stance like we saw what happened in Kansas City, I know there's a good possibility they're going to be running the football. And when I look at that, then now the next thing I do is I look at the strength of the formation. Is the tight end over here or is he over there? Then after the play starts, if they're running the football, now I want to look at that front side offensive line combo. Because if the defense presents itself in a certain way, those two offensive linemen could have to work the down lineman to the backer in concert to make sure they clear out that area over there. If they run the ball to the strong side, usually the first thing that crosses my mind is what kind of tight end or what kind of strong side block they're going to get out of the lead back. So once I see those two things, now my eyes go right to my position, and I'm looking at the guy, and I'm looking at the tenacity in which he's trying to block the guy. I'm looking at his initial, I glance and see what he tried to do with his initial footwork. In other words, if the ball is coming at him and he stepped to his left, he's trying to get that guy to bite so he can throw him down his side and the ball kind of go outside him. So I'm looking at those things and I'm thinking, okay, well, this is the kind of stuff that I used to do.
So technically, you're looking at the technical side.
I'm looking at the technical side of it.
That's right. It's the more sophisticated side of it. But, so many people say, well, the guy threw the ball, it wasn't an accurate pass, or the guy slipped and fell. They got to know the reason why the ball was an incomplete pass.
Right.
It was an improper route. It was a bad read by the quarterback. Was it a bad throw? Did he get hit before he threw it? There's a lot of different reasons that go into it. So you have to be kind of perceptive, and everybody makes judgment on those kind of plays. Oh, Will Levis just got picked.
The
Chargers are going to pick Will Levis? What?
What in the world?
What?
Are you kidding me?
What just happened?
Are you kidding me?
The Chargers picked another quarterback?
How do you figure that, Vince?
Wait.
You thought this guy was a first-round caliber player. This guy is a first-round pick. He's going to just.
Wait, he's
What?
going to announce it.
It's got to be a trade.
Wait. What? What are they doing?
Somebody drafted him for somebody else. It had to be.
Quentin. That's the receiver I told you, Jackie.
Oh, is that the 6'4"
That's the
kid
man
from
right
TCU?
there. That's the 6'5". Quentin Johnson, I told you. The Chargers get another great receiver.
Well, they needed it. But for a moment there, I thought they had drafted the quarterback. I'm
What in
saying,
the
what in the
world?
world?
The Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston.
Told you.
Oh, he can run too, Vince. Look at him.
Told you.
You know who he?
That's
you know
my
who,
man
You know
right
who he
there.
looked like?
I told you.
You know who he looked like? Randy Moss.
Yes. But he's taller.
He looked like Randy Moss.
Yeah. See, he's catching a hook route.
And Vince, they got big receivers.
Watch
they got
him go after him.
They
Look
got
at-
Keenan Allen.
Wait, look at him go.
They got big targets.
Watch this.
They got Keenan Allen.
Watch him catch this pass. See?
He can run, Vince.
Look at it. He's gone.
He can run.
He's gone. I'm telling you, this kid, I like this kid.
Big guy.
Quentin, man, we're going to hook up, buddy. We're going to hook up. You know what? You know what's
Wait,
going to
Vince, look at that. He jumped 6'10" in the high jump.
I know it, man. Watch him straight arm that guy. I love.
Telesco loves those big receivers.
Yeah, but I love.
He's got Keenan Allen.
I love his mindset. When he's a receiver, he has a mindset. I'm going to go for the touchdown. Okay, Jackie, that's something you can't teach. That's something that's inbred in this kid.
Vince, he's only 208.
He's with his mom and dad right there. They're proud of this kid.
Yeah, of course.
This kid, man, I'm
Of course
telling
they
you
are.
what, man.
Vince, if Keenan
like the
Allen,
way he plays.
What's the other big receiver's name? You got Keenan Allen
you got Mike Williams,
and Mike Williams.
You have a
Both big, tall, rangy guys, right?
Yeah.
And both of them had injuries this past year.
I know it.
One,
That's right. They went down.
Once
He had that
had
hamstring.
high ankle and a hamstring.
That's right.
And I think Keenan he missed his games early in the season.
Yeah, right. He did.
But to have another big, rangy target like this for Justin Herbert, that to me was one of the good moves. That was a good draft choice.
That's a good pick.
If you got
because you heard me talk about who is the gem. I told you this guy right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Hendon Herndon is. I mean, what's the
Hooker?
quarterback? Hooker's
from Tennessee.
He's the guy I'm waiting for.
And so is his left tackle. Those are 2 first-round picks.
But the last 2 guys
that's
were
going to
receivers.
fall into the second round.
That just goes to show your point, Jackie. You mentioned how important the wide receiver game is today.
Absolutely.
And then this is what you need to get to help your team.
That's
now,
what
I think
they
got to
said.
build their defense, but I still think this is a good pick.
Well, they said they wanted to get more weapons for Justin Herbert. That was one of the statements that came out of their camp this year. I thought that weapon was going to be a running back. I actually anticipated that they would try to do something to move up and get one of those top 2 backs.
Let me say this, Jackie. Lamar Jackson was a holdout until they signed Odell Beckham Jr.
Right. A weapon.
That lifted their spirits to get Lamar back on the team. By signing this receiver, it's going to lift their spirits to get Austin Eckler back in the lineup because they need him to help with these guys.
Yeah.
That's going to get him signed. You watch what happens.
Because, Vince, you can say what you want about them giving him the ability to negotiate a trade, but that guy caught 107 of Justin Herbert's passes last year. And you can call it anything you want to.
Who's that? Oh, yeah.
Austin Eckler.
Yeah.
He caught 107
They're
passes
not going to
out of the backfield.
Austin Eckler. They're not going to trade Austin Eckler.
Especially if the whole notion is to get the kid more weapons. Why would you get rid of
Well,
him?
now the Chargers, they can go up against Denver, Sean Payton's team. I don't care what he puts out there. They can't stop that guy.
They can go up against anybody.
They can't stop that guy.
Now, if you get rid of Austin Eckler, you might have some issues.
They won't. See, that's That's the impetus.
you can
That's the
figure out
impetus
a
to
way.
get Austin Eckler now.
Yeah,
I think that's good news for Austin Eckler.
Awesome, good news. So you can figure out a way with coverage to get 3 guys on occasion covered. But all of a sudden you got a guy coming.
You can't double everybody, Jackie.
All of a sudden you got somebody coming out of the backfield that you've thrown the ball to 107 times.
Yeah.
Now you got an explosive offense.
Right. Exactly.
And they got to show up more explosively,
Everybody's
Vince, because
they
Kansas
do have
City is going nowhere.
Right, I know it. They're going to have to.
They're going nowhere.
They can play toe-to-toe with Kansas City. They're the only team in the NFL that really plays well against Kansas City. They've always played well against them. So,
how about it, Vince? This is
Jackie,
pretty exciting.
That was what I was waiting for to see the Chargers
you were
pick.
talking about that guy.
I was talking about before.
You liked him as one of the top receivers in this
They
whole
must
draft.
have been listening. Maybe we should send Telesco a bottle of wine.
Yeah,
No,
maybe we
hey,
should
man,
send
that's a good job.
Send him
buddy.
over a bottle of Carissa J. He did a pretty
He'd
good
love
job.
It, man. He can celebrate.
The only
with
thing
that
that
That's a
could
good
be
pick.
the
We
only
agree
thing
with you.
the only thing that could be better than this if he goes out and gets himself one heck of a run stopper on the inside, because their defensive line, people were cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. So they need to go and get somebody to stop the run up in there.
Well, we talked about all the new coaches that are in the NFL, Jackie. We talked about the new GMs now.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're holding up. I think they're they're doing well in this first round. Of course, there's a lot of draft left that's going on in the NFL, and this will go on. We're beyond the halfway mark. We're up to the 22nd pick. I think the Baltimore Ravens are in, and they have their pick. They have signed a pick, so we'll see what they do. I'm sure they'll probably go defense, Jackie.
Mm-hmm.
But here's one fact, Jackie, that you would like. You got to answer this question and see if you know the answer.
Okay.
Peter King came out with a fun fact. And he says, this is the NFL's 88th draft.
Right.
Okay. The first was in 1936 in the ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Philadelphia. The 31st overall pick that year was an end from Alabama.
A defensive
He was
end?
chosen by the Brooklyn Dodgers.
A defense, probably a wide receiver. They refer to them as ends, right?
Right, an end. No,
A defensive end or
Yeah.
a wide receiver?
no, the overall pick was an end. Yeah, wide receiver.
Okay, a wide receiver. So what are you asking me? Who that was?
Who do you think? You got any idea? This is back in 1936. Let me give you a hint.
Bronco Nagurski.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's the only older guy.
Okay, no. Okay, he went on to have a prolific coaching career.
Coaching in
And
the
he
pros?
coached in the SEC.
He
never coached
coached in the
pros.
SEC?
Yes. He coached in the
Bear Bryant.
That's right.
Is that right?
You kidding, man?
Bear Bryant was an end?
Yeah, Bear
He
Bryant.
looked like he was a guard, a tackle,
Bear
a
Bryant,
lineman.
Man. Well, back in the day, he might have put on some
Put on
weight
a couple,
or something,
couple pounds.
Yeah,
But he was an end.
he was the 31st overall pick.
How about that?
How in the world did you come
Paul
up with that?
Bear Bryant.
Maybe I shouldn't give you any clues. You might not have ever got it.
Hey, when you said he was a great coach, I'm thinking, how many great coaches, college coaches at Alabama?
Here they are. The Ravens are selecting in the first round, 22nd
Okay.
pick. Who is it? Round 1.
There he is, a wide receiver.
Wide receiver
Zay Flowers.
from Boston College.
Yeah.
Did he go undetected? Now that was a little sleeper.
Yeah.
I haven't heard too much about Zay
But
Flowers.
look at his size.
He's not a
man.
very big guy.
No, I was just saying, the diminutive size
Yeah.
jumps out at you. He doesn't look very big, does he?
Another receiver for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. Might have a little.
Hey.
He look like he's smart enough to be as fast as Tyreek Hill.
5'9".
5'9", 182. That's a little guy.
Well, maybe they'll use him inside, Jackie. You don't know.
As a slot, you mean?
Yeah, he's quick. He's quick.
Well, you know who Brandon Cooks is about that size,
Yeah, that's true. He is.
and Brandon Cooks is still playing.
Oh. He's faking the throw and then run.
Dude can run.
Yeah.
That young man can run.
Man, I'm telling
Look
you.
at him. Vince, he has on a leather suit.
You know what they like to use players like that with screens, Jackie? Quick screens, fake the screen and run
Yeah.
the little wheel route, run a post route,
yeah.
run a seam route.
But look at that, Vince.
Man, he comes up with stuff in double coverage and everything.
Dude, the young man can make plays.
Yeah. He's got a nose for the football, Jackie. Some guys just have a knack for, you throw the ball their way, they're going to come up with it. Well, he's another.
Listen. His mother passed away. She fell and hit her head.
Wow. Yeah, right.
His mother.
You know, Jackie, when you always have something else to play for besides yourself,
I mean,
you play for your parents and you play for maybe someone who passed away that was close to you.
Vince, the tragedy that this young man has had just based on that,
you got to pull for
just
a guy
based
like
on
that.
what he said just then, Vince.
Yeah.
He lost his mother, and then it sounded like he said
brother.
and his brother.
Yeah.
Sometime later.
Yeah.
Is that his dad?
It's probably his dad. Yeah.
Why is this moment emotional for you?
Wow.
Because I'm just so proud of him. He's
Yeah.
working hard. I mean, that's all he do is work hard. This is his dream all his life, so I'm happy for him.
That's his dad.
Yeah.
Honors his late mother. What would she say
Wow.
about this moment?
Yeah. Great.
She's one of those.
She's looking down on him.
Only take moms, so she'll really be happy for him.
Yes, sir.
She got him started on football. I just took it away from him.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Willie.
Little guy.
Yeah, she's looking down on him.
It's always good to see little guys play. Because you know how I feel
Yeah.
about this. Football is a big man's game.
Yeah, I know.
Good big man's always
Yeah.
better than a good little man.
But when you got a heart like that, Jackie,
Yeah.
there's no telling how good you can become.
None
You know,
whatsoever.
especially when you're playing for somebody else, Jackie.
He can change direction, Vince.
Yeah. And he's
And he can run away from. He can separate.
and Jackie, look, let me tell you something. Boston College, you got to have some smarts to go to Boston College.
Yeah.
That's
true.
what makes this kid good too, is because he
Yeah.
understands the game. He knows how to get himself open. Mm-hmm. You know, it's an intuitive game as much as you think it might be a physical game, Jackie. It's really intuitive.
Vince, do you think that's kind of
Watch him look at the defense when he's coming down, Jackie.
Vince, can I ask you a question?
Now, when he ran that crossing route, let me tell you something, Jackie. You know, he took a peek and see how the defense was playing. And
Yeah.
instead of coming, you know how deep he was when he caught that crossing route? 1 yard beyond the line of scrimmage.
Is that right?
Normally, a crossing route is 3 to 5 yards. But he saw the way the defense was covering him, and he caught it at 1, and guess he turned that play into like a 30-yard gain. So that's the smarts of a receiver. That's awesome. Okay? So, Jackie, we
Look at Odell Beckham. He's gonna.
Odell Beckham.
Odell
tweeting
Beckham
something
said,
out.
"Whoever gets this guy,
Yeah.
or the guy that was drafted ahead of him, is going to get the steal of the draft."
Well, they did.
That's what Odell Beckham just.
Well, we just did.
Tweeted.
The Chargers, we just saw what the Chargers did and what the Ravens just did, Jackie.
Right.
So you got to be happy for where the direction of some of these teams
Vince,
are
you know, looking at the size of this guy, 5'9", 182 pounds. Do you think that that's what Sean McVay? Because remember, the kid that they traded for from the Patriots is still playing. I just called his name a minute ago. Little receiver, Brandon Brooks. Was his name Brooks? I just called his name a minute ago.
Yeah. For what team?
He right now, I think he's with Houston.
Oh, yeah, Brandon Cooks.
Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that Sean McVay might have been thinking like this when he drafted Tutu Atwell? A little guy that can get in and out of his breaks, that can crease the defense up the field and all that?
Right.
Because he's similar, don't you think? Brandon Cooks, this guy right here, Tutu Atwell, aren't they all kind of in the same mold to you?
Yeah, I think this kid in particular, Jack, is a little more intuitive. He's a little bit more, patience. And he's fought through a lot of adversity. I don't know Tutu's background, to be honest with you, Jackie.
Right.
But hearing what I hear from Flowers is, you know, having lost his mom, who's a big
supporter. She started him in football, he just said.
biggest supporter. Right. See? That's right. Wow, he's got a picture of his mom there.
Around his neck.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Lamar Jackson. I was just going to say, does Jackie, a player like that, with his with his composure and with his drive,
Yeah.
his respect, does a guy like that affect, and Odell Beckham going to affect this team? Now this team can go on in the playoffs now with Lamar, and they can really get focused on really making a big, strong run?
Did you see what Odell Beckham just tweeted?
What?
He said that this guy right here, he's surprised at one point in time, Njigba
Right.
hadn't been drafted, and this guy hadn't been drafted. And Odell said that he is surprised. I think it was like the 15th pick or something like that. He was
wasn't
surprised that neither one of these two guys
picked
had
yet.
been selected, and that they were the picks of this draft. That's what Odell Beckham Jr. said.
Well, then
and
he's
now,
very happy to have him as a
now
teammate.
he's going to be playing with Odell, so he's
Right.
going to be able to learn a lot from him.
Yes, he is.
And grow with him and provide Lamar some talent, some very explosive players.
I'll tell you.
It's incredible. Hey, Vince, look whose name is there. Look whose name is there talking
Hendon
about.
Hooker, yeah.
Hendon Hooker. Now, here's a guy that's 25 years.
Minnesota,
He was
possibly, yeah.
he was the
I think
quarterback. He was the
so.
quarterback at Tennessee. Here's
Right.
a guy that blew his ACL out. He's 25 years old already, and the head coach, can't pronounce his name, Grupel or something like that,
Yeah.
said that he has never been around a player that manages a game from play to play to play.
I know it.
As well as Hooker.
I know it. I'm telling you, Jackie. I've watched him play. I don't know him up close and personal, but I can tell you from what I've seen, he's got as much upside as C.J. Stroud does. I mean, he is that type of player. Okay, in my mind, and I think Will Levis will probably fall down to the Saints. I think the Saints might be a good selection for him because that's the only other team that needs a quarterback.
Well, the Vikings just made a pick, and look how they're celebrating it.
The Vikings might be going for Hooker. I would not be surprised if they went for Hooker because
Well, you know what? They could use a young quarter protege.
Yes, they do.
And they have the time with
Cousins
for him to get
Cousins is at the end.
Yes, they have the time for Cousins to play a few more years and get Hooker ready to play.
Well, yeah.
Let's
one
see
or
if
two
they
more
draft
years,
him.
That's it. I would not be surprised if he starts sooner than 2 years, but we'll see if they take him. They need a quarterback. The Vikings do, and this is a good young quarterback. We'll see. They'll make this pick. And I think Will Levis probably will end up with the Saints.
Look at all the guys there. That's always. I've been in the draft room, Vince.
Have you?
Yes,
Like
I've
this?
been in there. Yeah, and I remember the year that the Rams drafted Torrey Holt, the great wide
Well, I
receiver.
bet you they're surprised that he's still available.
Yeah, maybe.
See,
but they
the
drafted
reaction
Vince.
to some of these teams they're surprised that some of these players are still on the draft board.
Absolutely. Vince, the year that the Rams drafted Torrey Holt,
Yeah.
I remember everybody sitting
They
in
go
that room.
crazy.
Now, I didn't know. I had only been there a couple of days. I wasn't aware of who they were looking for. But when they drafted, when the team before them drafted number 5, I can't remember who it was.
Yeah.
Everybody in the room stood and started clapping because they knew they had Torrey Holt.
Yeah.
And that's who they drafted, Torrey Holt.
Oh,
This is
a wide receiver.
Is this the kid Jordan Addison from USC?
yes.
How about that?
The Vikings.
The Vikings.
They got another receiver.
They got another one.
With the 23rd pick in the 2023,
Well, they already have the best receiver in football.
the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison,
You got weapons. You got weapons, Vince. Look at that dude.
Another receiver. 3 receivers drafted in a row.
Vince, he's a little guy too. He's not
I like his suit he's got on there. His bow tie.
You like the pick? Look at the glasses. The glasses are a little too large
Yeah.
for his head. His head is a little small for those big glasses.
he looks like
He got on
Deion
there.
Sanders a little bit.
Yeah, but he's a miniature. Homeboy got on some
Wow,
white.
Politnikoff
got on some
Award
white
winner now.
spats.
Come on. This guy can play.
pretty good ball player in his own right.
Look at him, Vince.
USC. Well, this is when he transferred. Now he was at Pittsburgh, Jackie, originally, and
yeah.
he came to play with Caleb. Remember
Right,
Caleb
right.
Williams?
Yeah.
And now here he
Jordan
is. at SC.
Addison.
Ooh, look at that juke move, Jackie.
He's a little guy. Vince, how big is he?
Yeah. Oh, but he can catch. Looking at his hands.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. Well, they got another receiver. That's what
Let's
they
see, how
want. The
big is he?
playmakers.
Vince, How big is he? He's 5'11", 178.
Uh-huh.
173. I was generous.
Yeah. He'll run away from you.
See, once again, Vince, Tutu Atwell comes to mind.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking for Sean McVay to figure out a way, whatever that is,
Yeah.
to get Tutu Atwell, because it's clear that there's an advantage to having a smaller, explosive guy. Getting in out of his breaks, getting in those tight seams in coverage, catching the football, running after the catch. There's a place for a guy like that. Everybody don't have to be 6'4", 220 to play wide receiver in the NFL.
No, not really.
That's clear with the last 3 picks we've seen here. These guys are
Yeah,
5'10",
these guys-
5'9", 180 pounds. And nobody can run with them.
Yeah. How we doing on IG over here? Doing pretty good on IG there, Alex? Wow. A lot of talent out there, Jackie. College football. It's become a forward passing game now, Jackie.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
When
That's
we
unfortunate.
played, there
The
were a lot of
fans like it.
wishbone runs.
The fans like it. The dynamic of the deep ball and all
Yeah,
of the catching
yeah.
runs.
What would you use to
Yeah.
describe the joy of this moment? I am elated. I am elated.
This is Mom.
For so long, and we are here. So I am so proud.
Wow, that's awesome. First rounders are always pretty special, Jackie.
Oh, I'm super fired up, man. My brother worked so hard for this, all the work that he's put into this point, man. It just, I don't know, I'm emotional for him, man. But we here, and everybody who passed on him is nothing to the other guys, but y'all made a mistake, and he's gonna show y'all. He's gonna show y'all this season, yeah.
Their iconic Union Square, Jackie. They're right there in the middle of Kansas City, the home of the Super Bowl champions, Jackie.
How about that?
So is that Super
You
Bowl
know-
going to have to run through Kansas City next year again, Jackie? What do you think?
Well, I think
They're the team
they got
to
to
beat,
be
aren't
they
they?
got to be the odds-on favorite. But
Yeah.
you know, Vince, I got to amend my saying, and you know I say it all the time. Football's the big man's game. Good big man's always better than good little man. But I got to be able to say this and honestly, let you know how I feel about it. There is nothing more fascinating to me than a little man playing a big man's game, but he has a big man mentality.
Yeah, that's true.
A big man's mentality. And this little guy, you drafted this high, and everything that you hear coming out of his camp is gratitude, and that he's going to show you because you passed him over.
They got something to prove, Jackie. They play with
they
a
got-
chip on their shoulder.
I mean,
Jackie.
this guy is drafted in the first round,
Yeah,
and feels like he should have gone higher.
yeah.
I mean, that a little man with a big man's mentality is almost as good as a big man being better than a good little man.
Well, I think in a way, to correlate what you just said, is kind of what the perspective of the LA Rams for this year.
Mm-hmm.
They have a little man's perspective towards a big man's game. They got to prove somebody wrong. They got to get that, like you said, the diamond in the rough.
Yeah.
And they got to play. They got to work harder. They got to show people, hey, you didn't believe in us.
Right.
Now look at where. That's the way they have to think mentality-wise, Jackie, and that'll make them a better team.
Literally
They
have
got
to
a
have
ways to
you
go.
have to have a chip.
Yeah, chip on your shoulder.
You got to have it.
All right. We have a comment. Okay. All right, let's see. I don't know if I'm reading this right. We're getting a lot of visitors on here, Jackie, but I
How
don't.
about the New York Giants? Looks like
Are they on the time clock?
Looks like they're clapping there, like so they've made a decision.
Well, no, it's Jacksonville Jaguars are up, aren't they? Or did they
Well.
pick already?
Maybe they traded because the Giants are applauding. See, the Giants pick is in.
Oh, the Giants picked. Okay.
Let's see who they picked.
What about the Jaguars? Did they not pick? Oh, the Jaguars.
Maybe they traded. It says the Giants
Okay.
pick is in. What do you think the Giants need, Vince? Receiver? Think they need a receiver?
Well, yeah, I think they could help Daniel Jones out. I think definitely.
There's a lot of tight ends that hadn't come off.
Or a tight end.
I
too.
was told, Vince, by a draft analyst that there was a possibility that 7 different tight ends could go in the first round and up to the middle of the second round. There's that many quality guys, and they're comparing these guys to Kelsey and all the great tight ends in the game right now. There's a plethora of good pass receiving tight ends available in this year's draft.
So the Giants are selecting, and there goes Roger Goodell to the microphone.
It's hard for Goodell not to be. He's a commissioner, but he has to be a bit of a New York Giant fan and Jet fan, living back there in New York.
Oh, yeah.
It's the closest football to him there.
Jets got their linebacker. Okay, the Giants picked the cornerback, Jackie,
Deontay Banks.
from Maryland.
Oh yeah, look at him. He's a corner.
Jaguars have traded the 24th pick
Jaguars.
to the New York Giants.
Okay, they traded.
24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The New York Giants select Deontay Banks, defensive back, Maryland.
So they went for defense. Jackie, they went for defense.
Went for defense.
Yeah.
How big is he? He's a big, tall guy, man. Just look like he says 6 feet.
Yeah. Deontay Banks.
Maryland head coach. Here's the guy who had an outstanding combine, ran a 4.35.
Oh my goodness, 4.35.
Yeah.
That's rolling.
That's
man.
closing speed.
That's rolling.
Yeah. Here he is running the 4.35.
Look at that.
Whoa. Oh, God.
But when Maryland came around, he jumped right on it. Went on to have a 5 career with Terps and now at the
Oh, yeah. He's got some hops to him, too, Jackie.
Well, they're happy. Look at
Yeah.
him. I mean,
Well, there's
it's almost,
Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
He likes what he saw.
It's like they were waiting on this guy.
Yeah.
Wait, there's
They traded up to get him,
Look, there's
Jackie.
the old defensive coordinator.
Who is it? Is that Bill Parcells?
No, he was at the Baltimore Ravens
Oh, okay.
for a long, long time.
He's with Daboll?
Yeah, he's with Daboll.
Oh, okay.
He was the Ravens defensive coordinator for a long time. The Raiders defensive coordinator.
You know, it's interesting. You know what? We don't know for sure, but in their rankings of these teams, when they're going to select a player, I'm wondering how many of these first rounders was their number one priority player that they had on their list.
Well, if they weren't number one,
They might have been 2.
They might have been 2.
Right.
Because you see, you don't just celebrate.
No, well, you're not
any
that
old
happy.
pick. Yeah, you're not
that happy when that happens.
You're not that happy.
Right.
Are you a new AT&T customer looking to upgrade your phone?
So they did trade the Jacksonville
Mhm.
Jaguars.
It looks like they swap
Giants.
picks there.
Maybe they just moved up one and then get in the future draft. But you still have on the board
Dallas,
Hendon
Buffalo.
Hooker. We have Hendon Hooker. We have who was ranked high in the draft.
You got at least two.
And the higher one was Will Levis.
You got at least 2 tackles.
We have a couple tackles, Jackie.
I don't think Cincinnati's in the market for a tackle. Aaron Kromer, formerly of the Rams, is now the offensive line coach of the Buffalo Bills. That's one of the reasons why David Edwards left the Rams and went to Buffalo Bills. So
wanted to select him.
And I think their offensive line could probably use another piece. So it'll be interesting to see how Aaron Kromer's, his opinion of their offensive line is affected. It affects this draft. Then you have the Saints.
Yeah.
The Philadelphia Eagles and
Saints,
Kansas City.
in my mind, are the only other team that would really think about a quarterback in the first round.
The Saints?
The Saints. Be the only other team.
Yeah.
Get a quarterback for the future.
Right.
They have Derek Carr there. They traded for.
Yeah, but
And Derek will play a year or two, and a guy like Will
could
Levis
put-
will
would
use
you-
a couple
would-
years.
how now did Derek sign? He signed a big deal, didn't he?
Signed a
I think
pretty
he
good
signed a
contract.
significant contract. So
Yeah.
they can wait on a guy like Brendan Hooker to get better. If they
And
want,
Will Levis both.
and Will Levis, if they wanted another quarterback.
Right.
But when I think about, them, the thing that comes to mind to me is, maybe another inside linebacker, an edge rush, something on the defensive side of the ball, secondary guy. Because I think their offense with the personnel that I've seen, they got a pretty good, a couple of pretty good tackles, couple of good offensive line. I think their offensive
Now,
line
let me ask you a
is
question.
not bad.
After the first round, when you go to the second round, is it the same sequence? Pretty much, right?
Yeah, you mean the drafting order?
Yeah, the drafting order.
absolutely.
Carolina Panthers will be first
Absolutely.
pick in the second round.
Absolutely. That's the way it works. Unless they trade. Someone could trade up.
Yeah, right. But, okay.
Or they could
Seattle
trade out of that
Seahawks
pick.
will have the 5th pick overall in the second round. They could go for a quarterback.
They could go for a quarterback.
And
yeah.
that's probably what they're thinking. He may still be available because these other teams are not going to go for a quarterback, Jackie.
Right.
So there's
Dallas,
that's why I'm going to pick
Buffalo,
another player.
Cincinnati, Dallas, Buffalo, Cincinnati, New Orleans just committed to Carr. I mean, Philadelphia's got just signed you're right.
I mean,
none of these teams
Seattle's
right here.
going to have the 5th pick in the second round. Looks like
none
they're
of
gonna
these
go for a
teams
quarterback.
here. The last what is that? 6 picks. The last 7 picks here in this draft, in the first round.
Yeah.
These people don't need quarterbacks.
Right, they don't.
So now your boy Levis and Hooker, they go back to the
Outside
top
of New Orleans.
the
New
top
Orleans,
of
I
the
would
draft
say, the
order.
only- be
They
the
go back
only
to the
team.
top of the draft order.
Yeah. And it would go back to Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle is going to pick a quarterback. See, Will Levis is kind of smiling now, so he probably is thinking, okay. Who's next up on the clock, Jackie? Is it the Cowboys? Yeah, I think so, isn't it? Oh, no, it's Buffalo. They
Buffalo.
might have traded with Dallas. Did Dallas
Buffalo
not
Bills.
select?
Their pick is in. Buffalo's pick is in. Let's see
Okay,
what-
they might have traded with Dallas.
Well, what do you think they did? You think they got another receiver, offensive lineman?
Buffalo,
Yeah.
are they going to go defense or offense? What do they need, Jackie? What's your
Buffalo,
guess?
they could use secondary. They could use
Gonna
a
have me some
corner.
more of this cheese, Jackie.
They could use a corner, Vince. I don't know that.
With the Bills.
Listen. You hear that? Levis came across a little bit cocky in the pre-draft process. A little bit cocky, Vince. That don't
Not
work.
good.
That doesn't
No.
work well.
No,
Of the 21 quarterbacks that I played with, the ones that came across a little bit cocky didn't
not
have
going
much
to make
success.
it. Yeah.
Dalton Kincaid, tight end
Tight
from
end.
Utah.
All
That's
right.
the first tight end, Vince.
There we go.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 25th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select
Tight end.
Kincaid, tight end.
Kincaid.
Utah.
First tight end off the board.
Yeah.
Now, my understanding is that there's 6 more that's pretty close to him.
How big is this kid? What was he
Kinda
projected,
he's
Jackie?
kind of like a Gronkowski, Vince.
Kincaid. Huh?
Or is it, did they list his size there? You hear that, Vince?
Oh.
San Diego. So he was at San Diego State as
Wow.
as an Aztec.
And then he went to
Utah.
Utah.
During my time at San Diego, coming in as a freshman, the senior quarterback reached out to all the freshmen and put out an invitation to come work with the Autism Tree Project Foundation. And the school down there has a program where we would connect student athletes with kids with autism based off kind of hobbies or interests they may have. So after games,
They're pretty excited at his family.
Yeah, for sure.
That's his mom.
that he had for that game, told him what routes he missed, what players were open. There's a special time down there. The lesson I took away was, don't judge a book by its cover. You can make judgments just based off kind of seeing someone once you get to know people and how special they are. They possess amazing
Seems like a great kid. For the Buffalo Bills. Vince, he's 6'3", 246.
Okay, I was trying to look for him. I didn't see him on the list.
That's good size, Vince. 6'3", 246.
Yeah,
Not too tall. Not too heavy.
can move. Yeah,
And he's a route runner.
oh well, he's a basketball player too, Jackie.
Yeah, but they haven't shown-
Basketball players make great tight ends,
Vince,
actually.
listen, I got to share this with you. I like a tight end that can catch the football.
Yeah,
But, they of all of these shots that they're showing of him, they haven't shown one shot
Blocking.
of him blocking the defensive end.
yeah,
They haven't shown one shot of him flat-heading a linebacker. And,
yeah.
to me now, I get a little bit concerned because I don't want a tight end that's going to have to, on occasion, do a combo block with me or, do something with me that you never see him do it. I want to see him go in there as a tight end and flathead somebody on occasion. Don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think this offense though, Jackie, he may fit in good with Josh Allen because of their style of their offense. And they don't really use their tight end to block a whole heck of a lot.
Well,
Doesn't appear.
all right. What's going to happen when you run the ball strong side to
Yeah.
your 11, 12 personnel?
I like when the tight end can come down and do a wham block too, Jackie.
I like
I don't
that.
know if he's.
I didn't see that one time. All I ever saw him do was get out on the slide and run a route.
Well, I think he's got to be
And
capable.
I know they're not comparing him to Jason Witten from the Cowboys. Jason Witten from the Cowboys would flathead you.
Yeah. No. He's not the same.
Well, whoever put that board up there, they didn't know what they were talking about. There's no way
Well, that's
you
Jason
compare
Witten
him
right
to
there,
Jason
isn't
Witten.
it?
Yeah, but Jason Witten, look at him running a route.
No, he's
That was just,
Yeah.
that was not what he did 80% of the time.
he was a blocker first.
All right, let's see if he goes in there and whams. Yeah, he went in there and whammed.
All right, we were just talking
Okay,
about
it's
that.
about
All right.
time. You
Okay.
showed 15 plays of him running routes.
He didn't knock the guy down, but he got in his way.
He went in
though.
there and hit him.
Yeah, he hit him.
You showed 15 plays of him running
There's
routes.
blocking there, Jackie.
And 2 plays of him
All
running.
right, he's
in
blocking now. He's
there,
blocking.
oozing up into
right.
somebody. Come on, man, blow him up.
So Dallas swapped, and now Dallas is on the clock, Jackie. They gonna go for a tight end?
Well, Dallas. Wait a minute.
Didn't they trade? They have to go for a tight end.
Why?
Well, because they let their number one tight end go. I thought.
The Cowboys are up,
Yeah, the Cowboys.
so they probably got another pick in that trade, huh, Vince?
They should have kept that position and maybe make that.
With
Tight
Jerry.
end
Look
trade.
at Jerry sitting there.
They're clapping. They got somebody.
The thing I like about Jerry Jones, man, is that guy. He's an owner and he's very.
He's very
right?
active, huh?
Yeah,
He's
very
active with his team.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I do like that.
So he had his glasses on. He was looking. He was paying attention to the paper.
Yeah.
All right.
You know,
A lot of Dallas Cowboy fans. Even the cheerleaders, or Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, are at the draft.
you know, when Jimmy Johnson came to the Dallas Cowboys, a lot of people thought that Jerry Jones was taking a back seat to Jimmy, and Jimmy was getting all the credit for player acquisition, and not only that, but coaching and everything. And I believe that Jerry played football in college. He was an offensive guard.
tackle.
He was an offensive guard in
yeah.
college, and so it's just looking at how active he is now as an owner. It's hard for me to imagine that him having any coach, Jimmy Johnson included, that he would let run his organization and acquire everybody on his that was going to be playing for him. I mean, he seems like he would have at the very least been as active as he is now. And it's not as if, a guy having played college football, it's not as if he doesn't know what talent looks like when he sees it.
The offense has just been missing guys on the perimeter, and now without Zeke and
So let's see what Dallas. What do you think Dallas does?
Well, I think they have to go for a tight end. But maybe the tight end they had their eyes on just got drafted. So Dalton Kennard. So I don't know.
They're good with wide receivers. So they need another back.
They're going to sign Ezekiel Elliott.
Ezekiel Elliott.
They'll sign him.
Do you think so?
Yeah, because they have Pollard. They're going to re-sign Ezekiel, I think.
So that means
there's McCarthy. Isn't Mike McCarthy there with him?
So that means they need to draft a lineman.
It's possible.
And they got good pass rush on the defensive side of the ball. So
tight end.
You think a tight end?
I think so. Who's on the board? I don't know who's available. Well, defensive tackle from Michigan.
Mozzie Smith is who they drafted?
Yeah. Offensive tackle, right, Jackie?
Defensive tackle.
Oh, defensive tackle.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
That's a good, tough player right there. I remember him. See him?
Yeah. It's force inside, Jackie.
Yeah. How big is Mozzie? Look at him.
He looks more stocky build than,
he
big,
does.
tall.
Yes, he does.
Low center of gravity.
See, that's
48 tackles, Jackie, in 2022.
Yeah,
that's a lot of tackles.
That's what. Look at him, guys. That's what I thought that that the Chargers needed.
Yeah.
He's 6'3", 323.
6'3".
So 6'3", 323. He's a nose.
Yeah. You can't block him up front. Tough to block, Jack.
See him stuff that center?
Yeah.
See what he did that center?
He stood him up, didn't he, Jackie?
Jacked him up. Jacked him up like a car with a car jack. Oh, my goodness. Hey, I mean, just getting no movement on him in there.
Yeah. They like to get down and dirty in there.
I just hope Mozzie don't come to the league and let himself get much heavier than that. It's not like
he's
at
333, Jackie?
Yeah, 333. We need to go down. We need to go down about 10.
Jackie's going to put him on a weight program.
Well, I mean, just watching the move there, if he gets much heavier, we're going to have a problem.
So they've been swapping picks here.
Yeah,
They've been going
I
back
noticed
and forth.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And flopping.
So we
there.
only got 1, 2, 3. We got 5 more picks.
So
here.
now
4 more
Jacksonville's
picks.
up. So Jacksonville's up. So the Cowboys got a defensive tackle. The Jaguars. What are the Jaguars going to go after, Jackie?
Well, Jacksonville.
Receiver. They got to go for some offense. They had a pretty good
They need to get
defense.
some more weapons. They need to get some more weapons for their young quarterback.
Yeah.
Their offensive line, they lost an offensive tackle, Vince. They lost an offensive tackle. If I'm not mistaken, he got an $80 million deal to go to Kansas City.
Oh, that's right. They did. Yeah, they lost.
So they lost an offensive tackle. So they need to replace
27th pick. So the
So
Jaguars.
I'm thinking an offensive lineman. That's what I'm thinking.
How many playmakers are left? All I know is the quarterbacks that are left. I don't know about wide receivers. I'm sure there's a few on the board. There's still possible that.
Well, there's a ton of, you got to figure a ton of playmakers, Vince.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, in my opinion, when you start evaluating wide receivers as playmakers, it's so many variables that you have to factor in, both positively and negatively relative to that individual. I mean, you can see a guy run and change direction. You can see the athleticism and everything, but if you never see him catching the ball because they can't get the ball thrown to him, then now you can't be sure what kind of hands he has. And then you can also see a guy catching a lot of balls, with a great quarterback throwing it to him, okay, and the young man had not have the ability to run a lot of routes. He might be a squat guy, you know, run and squat, you know, just a dump off type of guy.
Right.
So to me, in order to evaluate a skill guy like a wide receiver, you can only evaluate him honestly if he's running a lot of routes, catching a lot of passes, that combination of things. Because if you're running good routes in a passing system, the quarterback's going to throw in the ball, correct?
Sure. Definitely. Well, a lot of changes this year, Jackie. There'll be a lot of different additions, some deletions. And we got the pick in for the Jaguars. There's only a few left picks here in the first round, Jackie.
Yeah.
At the Jaguars, then you'll go next up the Bengals, the Saints, the Eagles, and the Chiefs. So,
Well, we know the Bengals don't need a blindside protector. They got Orlando Brown in free agency. Stole him.
the offensive tackle.
Stole him right away from Kansas City.
Yeah, right. That's going to be a big help
Yeah.
for the Bengals.
So they could use another offensive lineman. But when I think about the Bengals, the thing that kind of pops out at me where they might be lacking is perhaps in their secondary on defense.
Yeah, I think
secondary
their safety,
linebackers.
they traded away their safety.
And they could always, Vince, they can always use another playmaker.
Yeah.
You got a quarterback like
Joey Burrow, yeah.
like Joey Burrow, you can't give him enough guys,
Yeah.
to make plays. They always talk about this, there's only so many balls and to go around.
Yeah, I know it.
But
I know.
you never know when one of those guys get nicked up. You still need to have people that you can disperse the ball to.
Yeah. They're pretty sound on offense in the skill positions, but you can never have enough great receivers.
So they said Mr. Levitt there was coming across as arrogant.
A little arrogant, they said, huh?
Flip is like he was,
Yeah, that's not a good description of someone.
No.
If you want to get drafted.
And do the Jaguars need a quarterback? I don't think so.
No, the Jaguars do not need a quarterback. They won't go for a quarterback.
No, they better not.
No. It's either going to be him or Hooker is going to go to. I think Levis has a good chance to go to
Look,
the Saints.
Antonio Harrison, I told you, offensive tackle, Oklahoma.
Okay.
See? That kid right there.
Yeah. You liked him, I think, Jack.
Yeah, I did like him.
Oklahoma.
Big, nasty guy. Antonio Harrison. See him right there, Vince?
Yeah.
The left tackle.
They're going to like that.
6'4", 313. So he can change direction. He's not fat.
Wow. Doug Peterson's going to like having somebody like that. So is the quarterback. Yes. That's right. You were right about the tackle, Jackie.
Yeah.
That was good.
You know how much it's going to cost him? The young man that they just is facing the PED suspension, performance enhancement drug suspension.
Was that
You know how much
Anton
it-
Harrison?
Yeah. The kid that's at Jacksonville now, not him. The guy that he's probably going to replace.
Oh, okay.
He is facing every game that he misses, he is going to lose $888,888 per game. $888,888 per game.
So all a bunch of eights.
That's what he's going to lose every week for his performance enhancement drug suspension.
That's a lot of do-re meat.
For a solatita. Think about that, Vince.
Come on, man. That's a big fine. Anton Harrison, yeah, this is definitely going to help the offense.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Jaguars. But see, this is what the first round draft picks, Jackie, can immediately help your team when they come together. A player like that is definitely going to have an impact on your team when he joins the team.
No doubt.
Now, he's an offensive lineman, Jackie. He needs a couple years to to get seasoned, but I think a player of that caliber maybe could step in sooner than most,
Right.
and help the team immediately.
Right, Vince. The guy's been playing big time football.
Oklahoma, yeah,
He's been playing big time football all his college life.
yeah.
He wasn't sitting on the bench growing into
Now,
the position.
Jackie, here's another thing. Years ago, most of the runs, the offensive linemen were taught run blocking. Very little skill for pass blocking. Now, offensives, teams in college football throw the ball a lot, so their offensive linemen are taught how to pass block.
Absolutely.
So when they come to the NFL,
It's a priority.
they've already had that
Right.
that information, right?
And in my opinion, you have to go back to a lot of the run blocking basics because they've been operating in a 2-point stance almost exclusively,
That's right.
even on rundowns. And certainly you lose a lot of leverage trying to run block somebody from a 2-point stance when they're already beneath you, leverage-wise. So I think that the well-rounded offensive linemen that come from systems that allows them to put their hand on the ground and they have a balance. It might not be 50-50 with run pass, but they don't throw the ball so much that they don't give the big guys an opportunity to be run blockers. And to me, I would want an offensive lineman to come out of a system where he was capable of doing both. And then of course,
Bengals just got on the board.
yeah,
Jack.
they got the defensive end Miles Murphy from Cleveland,
Clemson,
from Clemson. I'm sorry.
Miles Murphy, defensive end, Jackie.
Yeah, 6'4",
Clemson.
6'4", 268.
6'4" 3/4, almost 6'5".
Cincinnati Bengals select Miles Murphy, defensive end, Clemson.
Long arm move, Jackie, effort.
Miles Murphy.
That's a big plus.
And then, you notice they didn't say he was.
Wow.
You notice, you see what they say about him? Look what he's doing to that tackle right
Wow,
now.
he just ran.
You see what he was doing? Vince, did you see the only contact that was occurring was his arms in the guy's chest.
Right, I
You
saw
never
that.
saw him put his hat in his face or anything. He just stuck him
That's
with that
how
arm.
strong he is.
That's the advantage of having
Long
range.
arms. Yeah, range.
Of having a range.
Yeah.
That was the advantage that Ed Too Tall Jones had and Neil Smith had.
Yes,
Long arms, rangy guys. They could impact you with their reach.
Look how big the guy is.
to construction science. We're doing a little bit of everything. We're drawing up the blueprints of the houses, doing
He's an architect.
He's an
Jackie.
architect.
He draws up plans for houses and everything.
How about that?
I like that. I'm gonna have to join forces with this guy. I like Miles already.
I do too.
I always like those big structures, whether it be stadium or different types.
How about that?
Yeah.
He's infatuated with structure.
Right.
My strong suit. That's what made me want to go into the architectural engineering.
Architectural
that?
engineer.
I'm impressed with this young man
That's-
already.
yeah, I like Miles. He may be designing a lot of homes for a lot of guys on the team when they join the team, Jack.
You never know.
Yeah,
Or he might become a real estate developer himself.
that's right. He could be.
And
Might have
back,
to
and
join
back, and
forces
back his
with
own
him.
back his own projects.
Yeah.
But one thing, Vince, that becomes very obvious when you look and listen to these young men that are coming into this year's draft is that these young men have taken advantage of the opportunity to get educations. They realize, and they have seen over the last 4 years of their college careers that injuries can occur at any particular time. And one of the things that's most impressive, that's raising its head about these young people coming in the National Football League, is that they realize that they have to have options. They have to have other things that they can do well. And that's why, if you notice, all the announcers are talking about he was a graduate in this. He studied this, architectural design. These young people know that they got to have lives and careers beyond the playing field, especially in light of the fact that 3.2 years is the average life of an NFL career.
Expectancy, yes. I know. They're multifaceted, Jackie. They really have a lot going. And I think players that take advantage of the education while they're in college and play football are far ahead
Far
of
away.
the curve when they leave the game, Jackie, because they have something else that they've been planning all along,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
You know,
They have
how
other-
long you can
that's-
play? No one can play 20 years like you play, Jackie. I mean, even though today you're still very active in a lot of different things, with your life, but You see a lot of guys come out of college and then they play pro for 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and what do they have left to do? I mean, they don't have anything to fall back on. So I think it's important to keep the education, and we stress that a lot, Jackie, too. A lot of our football camps that we do for young kids, you know, that's the number one thing. And a lot of college coaches are looking for that kind of athlete today.
Oh,
A
absolutely.
guy that's good in the classroom, that does a good job with his studies, because he's paying attention, he's planning, he's preparing, he's coachable.
Right.
And this is the kind of kid I want on my team.
And some of that, I like to think that there's a really genuine interest on the part of college coaches and educators to see that these young men have an opportunity to have productive lives beyond the playing careers. But, you know, let's face it, there are in place initiatives that mandate that coaches keep guys eligible. If coaches aren't keeping these players eligible, then there are ramifications to that. You know, the loss of the player, the loss of the spot, there's a lot at stake for coaches, and not just from the personal standpoint, even though I think most of them have good intentions and want to see these guys graduate. But there's a lot at stake for the careers of the men in charge of these players to ensure that they're getting an education. The NC2A is watching that closely now, and players have to be, they have to have so many classes and have to pass these classes and have to be moving towards a degree while they're in college, or else they can't stay in college. So that's good, and I appreciate and applaud all the, all of the coaches who are geared in that direction to make sure that their players are successful beyond football.
New Orleans Saints are next on the clock, Jackie.
Yep.
29th pick, and their pick is in. So everybody's celebrating
They're celebrating down in New Orleans.
Yep. I wonder who
Pick number 29.
They probably had to get someone on offense. Well, it could go anywhere.
Well, let's see.
Anywhere.
They could use a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Because Jordan is getting a little.
Cam Jordan.
Cam is getting up there. They lost their really good left tackle a couple of years ago. They could use an offensive lineman. You know, the interesting thing about the offensive line, Vince, is that is a priority for the Rams, and it has to be a priority for the Rams in light of what happened a year ago.
Yeah.
And, we've only seen about, 4 offensive linemen? No guards. We haven't seen any guards, unless, of course, you're going to put Skoronski
You mean
over
drafted by the Rams?
Yeah, at all at this point. So the way this draft is shaping up, if I'm a Ram fan, I'm gonna start getting pretty excited about day 2 and 3, because that's where they got the second round pick. They got 3 thirds, and they're loaded up for day 2.
Yeah, they're going to build that offensive line probably.
And there are a lot of guys falling,
Yeah.
man, falling right on down to them.
Yeah. Oh, there's Archie. Is Archie there in the draft room of the New Orleans Saints?
Okay, who is that? Byron Breeze, defensive tackle.
You're
Clemson.
right. They went for a defensive lineman, Jackie.
Yeah.
You're 2 for 2, Jack.
Yep.
With the 29th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Brian Brzee.
Brzee.
Defensive tackle, Clemson.
Another Clemson defensive lineman. Two defensive linemen back to back.
Vince, look at that guy. He's a defensive tackle. Look at him standing there holding his father. He doesn't have a gut on him. He's lean, he's long, he's lean. This is what we're saying. The defensive tackles now, Aaron Donald has got a lot of people thinking differently about defensive tackles.
Yeah.
They don't have to be all have to be 350 pounds, stuck in the mud, that can't move and rush the passer. They want active guys. You got to be big enough.
Yeah,
but they want active guys.
Defensive lineman wearing a number 11 jersey. He's wearing a quarterback jersey.
Yeah, and I'm looking at how he's beating these right guards over here. This guy
beating them up.
This guy's pretty skilled.
Yeah. Well, he's excited.
And he's got a motor. He's playing with a high motor, too.
Right. Look at his dad, the way his dad's built.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, my goodness.
He is excited. Look at him.
Yeah. Clemson Tiger.
Oh, he's violent, Vince. That's violent.
His mom is excited there.
Yeah. His dad, his mom, everybody's excited.
Family. Enjoy that.
How about that?
Here's where he gets announced. They announce the pick.
His dad looked like he took him out and had him doing some squats.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh yeah.
recruiting class. He's got all the tools, and he's going to work hard. He just needs a fresh start.
Amazing to me.
Clemson career. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Jackie, in 2020. Third team All ACC. Defensive line. Man.
Plays through all the pain.
Yeah.
I hope he's not having a lot of pain already.
My little sister, her name is Ella Brazil.
Oh.
The best sister a brother could ask for.
We love each other, and he's
Uh-huh.
a protective brother.
She was
Yeah.
diagnosed with a type of cancer called medulloblastoma and just ended up passing away late last year.
Oh.
She went
Oh,
through
boy.
an incredibly tough fight, stayed positive throughout the whole thing, never was down, never was out. This past year, Ella was down in Clemson with me for a week with the team, spending time with everybody. Everyone got to know and love Ella, not only my teammates, my
That's
coaches,
great.
but
Another
the whole community really rallied around
lot of incentive, Jackie,
tough time that we were going through. And
to see
truly something special.
someone encounter those kind of strife in your life, especially when it's a family member.
Right.
It gives you the strength and the perseverance to keep fighting on, which is amazing. Well, yeah, it's really cool. Yeah. He'll be good in New Orleans, man. He'll
Yes,
help
he
that team
will.
out.
Yes, he
Yeah.
will.
I mean, it's just been, a blessing for me and my family to be, in this
Well, Jackie, there's 2 more picks. This first round. It's been a lot of fun, hasn't it, Jack?
Yes, it has.
Man, I tell you, you got the Eagles, who were the runner-up, and then the Kansas City Chiefs. The 2 teams in the Super Bowl last year.
Okay, so let's rephrase who's next.
Yeah.
You have the NFC champion,
NFC champion.
and then you have the Super Bowl champion,
Correct.
along with the AFC champion.
That's right.
You have the
I got it.
NFC. See, that's the thing,
That's
Vince. The one thing we have a tendency to say, because we lost Super Bowl 14, is that
Yeah.
we went to the Super Bowl and we lost the Super Bowl. But
Right.
what we failed to mention before we say that is that we won the National League championship.
That's right. We were NFC champions.
We were the NFC champions
NFC
that
champions.
year.
That's right.
And I think that that's something
Yeah.
that is often overlooked because it is very difficult
To get
to
that.
win the championship game to go to the Super Bowl, regardless of how you do at the Super Bowl.
Well, Jackie, all the years that we've been doing and following football and doing our broadcasting and doing shows like this, it's like you reflect back on the days when we played,
Right.
and there's no substitute to actually experiencing the on-the-field experiences in the NFL.
Absolutely.
And it's hard to talk. There's a lot of prognosticators. There's a lot of professionals. There's a lot of people out there that are supposed to be the gurus of
Yes.
the way they comment and how they, evaluate people and
Right.
plays. There's no substitute for being
playing.
actually doing it yourself and doing it firsthand, and like actually going to a Super Bowl, right, Jackie? It's like, preparing. What's it like? What's it take? So, I mean, it's fun that we can have fun talking about the young players coming out of college today, but we do see things a little differently in our light because of our own experience.
Exactly.
So I
Exactly.
think that's what we.
I don't
like
care.
to-
Listen,
Yeah.
it's funny you would say that, and as an offensive lineman, we have to suck the hind tit, as you say, an awful lot, because a lot of people don't value to put as much value on our position as we do.
Right.
But there's nothing like playing the game. If you love the game of football, Vince,
Yeah.
you love it because you can play it.
Yeah.
There's very few people who I know who have coached the game, who loves the game because they coached the game.
Yeah.
They love the game because they played the game, and they know how hard it is to have some success as a
couldn't-
player.
You couldn't play 20 years if you didn't love the game.
You couldn't play 20 years if you didn't love it. And I really think, you know, I appreciate the passion of some of the great coaches that I've had.
Yeah.
And but if you look at the great coaches that we've had, Vince, at some point in time, they played it.
Yeah.
They may not have played it as long as us, and they may not have been as good as what we were, but they played it. So they got a taste of what it was like to prepare, what it was like to, you know, to make sacrifices, to be good enough to be on the field playing the game. And when I look at a guy like you, and I think about what you did, I consider some of my exploits and everything as a player. It can't. I mean, what more could we ask?
Yeah.
We had the opportunity to play the game that we loved from when we were kids at a very, very high level.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can't beat that.
Yeah, no,
You
it's-
can't beat that.
Really. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Well, their picks in, the Eagles picks in now too, Jackie.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, they
Didn't take them long.
remember their first pick.
Yeah, the first pick.
They wanted to substitute Hargrave with a defensive tackle.
Yes, they replaced him.
So now they have 2 picks in the first round, and they are a Super Bowl NFC champion.
And they got 2 picks in the first round.
And 2 picks, how does that happen?
Well, it speaks volumes for Howie Roseman, their general manager.
There you go.
Howie Roseman,
Man.
I'm telling you, man, this guy right
Does
here.
he go for another great offensive lineman?
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what he does. But Howie Roseman, I mean, if you think back over the last few years,
Yeah.
there's nobody has done more to warrant consideration for the Pro Football Hall of Fame as an executive than Howie Roseman. Not a single
I
person.
think they got to go offense, Jackie. They got to get him another weapon. Jalen Hurts. Oh, YouTube.
And Jason and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
How about that?
Hey, look at that, Donna Kelsey.
I thought I recognized her when I
She would
saw
have
her.
did a better job throwing that first pitch for that
than having
Cleveland,
Travis do it.
that baseball game when Travis tried to throw the ball.
TV at the same time. Okay, Travis is there, Jason's there. How in the world do you decide which game that you're going to watch?
Man, I don't know. That's really tough. I don't know. It's just tough to choose.
That would be the case. So we picked up something a little bit special for you to
Oh,
help you
wow.
break the tie. Here's the deal. We've got a custom coin with Travis and the Chiefs on one side and Jason
They got so that way you could just flip it over. You can root for both.
at the same time. All you have to do is flip it and it takes the decision out of your hands.
So Miss Kelsey is going to select the first pick in the first round.
Travis and the Chiefs.
Oh, they went for a linebacker out of Georgia, Jackie. Defense. 2 defensive players.
The Eagles?
Yes.
How about that? Nolan Smith. Oh, yeah.
Nolan Smith out of Georgia. Another Georgia player.
Yeah.
What do they got? Like 4 or 5 in the first round.
23 NFL draft.
Yeah.
Philadelphia Eagles.
My goodness.
Nolan Smith, linebacker, Georgia.
Linebacker. Defensive linebacker.
Hey, Vince.
Yes.
What was the strength of the Philadelphia Eagles football team last year?
Their offensive line and their defense.
They had the number
their
2
defense.
They had the number 2 defense in pro football.
And they're drafting more
They replaced their defensive tackle, who was probably one of their arguably best players.
from Georgia.
And they just got another linebacker.
Another Georgia
Yeah.
player.
I
They
tell
like
you,
the Georgia connection, Jackie.
I'm telling you, man. This. You know,
Well,
I just
Here we
can't.
go.
I can't say enough about Roseman. I can't say enough about Howie Roseman, man. This
you know,
team right here, this
this
team is
is the way-
stacked.
This is the story. They are content on offense. They have Jalen Hurts. They signed him to a long-term contract, one of the most lucrative contracts in the NFL, Jackie, next to Lamar Jackson now. And they're content on offense. They can do whatever they want. They had a great running attack. They had a great offensive line. And defensively, they led in almost every category.
Unbelievable.
Wow. A lot of Georgia players,
Old
Alabama
school
players.
mentality, tough kind of guy.
Wow. 4.39 linebacker.
That's rolling. That's rolling. That is rolling,
Yeah.
rolling.
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show you how good each and every team is in the NFL, Jackie. You got great players.
Look at who they drafted.
Yeah.
They drafted N'Kobe Dean, Jordan Davis,
Yeah.
now Nolan Smith, and Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
They're all from the University of Georgia.
83rd, no, 13th overall.
Eagles
30th
draft
overall,
picks
9th
from
overall.
Georgia's defense
They're all from Georgia.
in the last 2 years, the last 2 drafts.
Well, it's paying off, isn't it?
You think?
Yeah. I mean, they're
told you, man.
surprising everybody.
I told you.
They
you know,
surprised me last year, Jackie, because you were picking the Eagles quite a bit. I wasn't quite on the bandwagon.
I'm telling you, Vince. Howie
You
Roseman.
even picked them to win the Super Bowl.
I certainly did.
They only came up one drive short of winning that. Well, Jackie, the Chiefs are up next.
What do you think, Vince? What do you think they need?
Well, I mean,
Oh, look who his heroes are. Von Miller.
well, that's a good hero to have. Is that? All right. He likes country music.
Yeah,
I like country music too.
I do too.
Yeah, man. Gotta love it. A linebacker, they went defense. Georgia. Georgia Bulldogs, Jackie. How many Georgia Bulldogs were selected in that first round? Yeah, they won't take him. So Will Levis will go second round. Jackie, he'll go in the draft tomorrow. Probably go to, more than like him or Hooker
Seattle.
will go to Seattle.
Okay. Well,
One of the two,
Do
probably.
you think the Rams can use a backup quarterback?
For sure.
So you think
sure.
they might?
Yeah, but I think their
Package some-
needs. I think their needs.
Yeah,
are
they got
out.
greater.
They have
they got greater
needs
needs
than a
everywhere else.
quarterback.
But Vince,
point.
they got to have. I mean, I don't know that we conclude that the Rams, one of their greater needs isn't a quarterback.
No,
Because Matthew
because
Stafford,
of the health status.
the
of Matthew
offensive
Stafford.
line, the offensive line needs to be rebuilt.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford is not going to hold up to the pounding of an inadequate, inept group of offensive linemen that can't keep good pass rushes off of him. You know Sean McVay is going to throw the ball. And so who do they have else that can play quarterback? It's not like Baker Mayfield can come in and save the day.
Well, they're going to have the 5th pick in the 2nd round. One of these quarterbacks are going to be available.
Okay, so will it be Levis? Can you see
Will
it?
Levis or Hooker. One of those guys will be available.
I
for
say,
the Rams.
I predict before they draft Hooker, they'll trade up and draft Levis.
No. I think they'd go.
I'll
for
bet
Hooker.
you $1 to a dime against a dime that if they get a quarterback, they'll trade up and they'll draft Levis before they draft Hooker.
Well, you talking to Les Snead. Les, are you listening? I don't know, Les. I don't know about that. You know, that's what Jackie says.
Oh man! Well, the last thing that
trying to guess what you're gonna do.
Listen, the last thing that needs to happen is for them to roll into this season with their offensive line in the shape it's in now, and planning
And
on
have
not
Matt
having a
Stafford.
backup for Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, you already had that spinal bruise. Well, their pick's in, Jackie. And this will about do it for us today after this pick.
That's right.
It's Kansas
It's been
City.
a long day. Been a long day,
Wow.
but fun. The time has flown, Vince.
Yeah, I know it has been,
The
Jackie.
time has flown.
It's been a lot of fun and a lot of excitement.
Does Kansas City need a backup quarterback?
No.
Should they invest in a backup quarterback?
I don't think it's time to be invested.
What about
in a
left tackle?
quarterback.
What about left tackle?
I think offensive tackle could be
Because you know the guy that they gave the money to.
he went to Cincinnati.
Yeah, no. The guy that they signed from the other guy that they signed that came there was a right tackle.
Right. But they need a left tackle.
They need a left tackle.
So their pick is in, Jackie. We'll see. They're going to protect Mahomes. They're going to go defense. Do they have enough weapons on offense? They seem to have them.
They seem to have plenty of weapons.
Seem to have all the weapons.
But the
they
last
need.
thing they need to do is have their quarterback getting his rear end tattered.
Well, there's a lot of red in that stadium at
3 or
Union
4
Square
times
there
a week.
in Kansas City.
And I'm not so sure that Patrick Mahomes is going to be grinning about Will Levis coming to his squad.
That's not going to happen.
That's not going to. I don't think that's going to happen.
They need to use their pick smart and try to beef up their offensive line. I think, Jackie. I think that's.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the only breakdown that prevented them from winning the Super Bowl a couple of years ago was their offensive line. Patrick Mahomes was running for his life, and you know what? He did it unilaterally on his own a lot of times by running those scrambles, Jackie, to pick up those first downs. It made a big drive to win that game at the end. But I mean, I think they're going to go for an offensive line. Any good offensive linemen left?
Yeah, there are. There are a couple of good guys, and
all right. Well, they can need
you know,
to go
in fact, the third and fourth ranked guy. We saw Anton Harrison leave. He's the 4th ranked guy. We saw Broderick Jones from Georgia.
Okay. Well, Andy Reid's an offensive lineman. He's gonna want to get an offensive lineman in there.
The kid from Ohio State.
They need more depth.
They got some guards on the list that haven't been selected.
Yeah.
Let's see what they do.
Their pick is in.
Won 7 AFC West in 7 straight seasons. Kansas City have won the AFC West 7 straight years. How do you factor that?
Man, you know,
Andy Reid.
gets
Andy
tougher
Reid's
and
got
tougher
that. He's
each
got
year.
the AFC West on lockdown.
Yeah, but he's got Sean Payton coming up.
This is the owner. This is
Josh
this is the
McDaniels.
owner. Is it the owner of the Kansas City Chiefs?
That's Hunt.
Yeah. He comes out with the Super Bowl trophy.
Right.
And he's going to make the announcement of their
huh?
pick. How about that, huh?
That's pretty cool. Yeah. Did we see the boardroom? Were they all clapping and excited?
No, they didn't show that yet.
All right.
I think he's representing all these guys. Is that him talking?
No, there is an announcer.
Wait a minute. They picked
They
the
had
defensive end
a
from Kansas
defensive
State.
end, Kansas State.
Felix Anudike Uzomah.
Wow. A defensive end, Jackie. Building that defense.
That's right.
Of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Anudike Uzomah,
Anudike.
Kansas State. Defensive end, Jackie. Wow.
Hey, Vince.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Did they draft him from Kansas State? Look at him.
Yeah. They are partying and excited about that pick, Jackie.
Why would you not want to go to the defending
Man,
Super Bowl
I'm
champion
telling
and
you,
play
man.
with Patrick Mahomes?
Why not? There's Kansas State. There he is right there.
Oh, Vince, he's explosive too. You see him?
He grew up, Jackie, 21 miles from Kansas City.
How about that?
Undersized in high school.
Homegrown. What a smart
So,
move.
hey,
What a
don't
smart
give up.
move.
If you're undersized in high school, young guys, keep playing because
Absolutely.
you can grow a little bit more.
Absolutely. But what a smart move, man. A great player, local guy,
Yeah.
got fan base in the area. You know
right.
people are going to travel.
He
They
doesn't
don't have
have
to
to leave home.
travel.
He doesn't
Don't
have
have
to
to
leave
travel that far to go see him play.
Right.
His family and friends.
He
Fantastic.
stayed his whole life in Kansas, Jack.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I can tell you, Kansas State, when I played in Nebraska, Jackie, they were one of the toughest defenses in the Big Eight.
Is that right?
Played, yeah. It was a lockdown fight, and we were able to come away from the win. But they always had great defense.
Is that right?
Kansas State.
Now, Vince,
yeah.
this guy was the last pick in the first round. And
Right.
there's at least 4 or 5 of the guys that I can think of. I don't remember all their names, but I can think of right now that's very similar to this kid right here. That
So
we
the
just
Rams
saw.
have some room that they
Absolutely.
can help them.
Absolutely. I'm looking for the Rams. I'm looking for, when we watch the highlight of the
Yeah.
Rams pick, I'm looking for that guy, for us all to say, how the heck did he fall
Yeah.
to 36? But remember, Buda Baker,
That's
Both,
right.
Debo Samuel. Debo Samuel.
Were drafted the 36th pick
Yeah, and then Cooper Kupp was drafted even after that.
in the 3rd round.
So, you know, obviously there's some people on the Rams staff in their personnel department who has a very good eye for talent. And it's going to be fun to see who they end up with. Well, Vince.
For all of us here, Jackie, I mean, it's been great fun.
It has been.
Man, it's been all 32 teams outside of maybe 4 teams didn't get a chance to pick in the 1st round, but they'll be picking tomorrow. We want to thank our fans for watching and listening as we've gone through this entire 1st round of the NFL draft. It's a lot of fun, Jackie. So we want to encourage people, continue to follow us on Instagram at on.point.live.
And make sure you take a look at our YouTube channel, onpoint.live with Vince and Jackie, and give us some of your comments. We're kind of curious what you think. Let us know who you think did the best in this draft, and how do you think the Rams are going to do? Who should the Rams pick? We want to find out what the fans think about these things, and you are the fan. So come along with Vince and I. We're having a great time, and the party's just starting to get going.
Man, we want to thank Harmony Cheese for supplying the great snacks we've had for this
charcuterie board.
Charcuterie board was awesome.
I'm going to have me a sip of that Carissa J wine of yours there. Yeah, good thing I'm not driving, Vince, you know.
So for all of us here at the Manhattan Beach Studios, we want to thank you for watching and listening. So until next time,
stay on point.